to me? Jesus Christ, why did it do that to me? I hate audio! I thought I was fine! Way to ruin my grand finale and I was muted for the first 40 minutes of it. I feel so embarrassed. 40 minutes in, and now it's like, thank you for at least telling me. It would take way too long to put subtitles in what I was trying to say. Yeah! Right! I remember once seeing this mod of like this meme of like a new streamer and be like, so when do I forget to unmute my mic? Experience meter. And then it's like, yeah, because it stops. I've been streaming like this for about a year now. I would say my official like schedule started when I started Danganronpa, which was early March. So, streaming on the schedule for about 11 months. So, but streaming all together like this has been like a year. So, listen, right? That's top secret information. You absolutely cannot leak this. A special investigation team has existed for a number of years, but few know of it. I understand. Their task is to find the owner of this card. A man called Shelly the Killer. What? Shelly the Killer. Wait a damn second. The man who kidnapped Maya said he referred to him as the killer. And yeah, you know, streamer problems. You don't get used to them. Yeah. And just as his name states, he is a killer, an assassin. The best at that. An assassin. Also, they're still not creative names. They've never been in this series. But that's okay. I like the not creative names. So who is this Shelly the Killer? The Killer is the name of a long-standing line of assassins. Long-standing? The name first appeared about 100 years ago, I hear. And Shelly is the professional name of the third to the heir of the killer name. So because of his profession, is the name Shelly he leaves on cards because of his professional name is Shelly, he leaves the cards with shells on them. He has a habit of making sure to leave a card by the body of his victims. Wait, hold on. I didn't write this down. We have to expose the killer. I knew she wasn't the murderer. I knew. But that still leads to the point. But when she saw the scene, why did she feel like she needed to frame? Why would he do something like that? We think it's part of his duty to his clients. His duty? If he leaves the card, then his clients can be assured it was he who killed the victim. It also serves as an insurance against any charges being pushed onto his clients. I see. The killer values trust between his clients and himself above all else. It seems that this is one honorable assassin with a moral conscience. I guess that even honorable assassins can exist. I mean, of course I knew. I played Phoenix Wright and then knew Maki exists, you know? So, you think this assassin is the... You think this assassin... You think he's the one who did the killing in this case. It would appear that way. The discovery of the card basically confirms it, wouldn't you agree? Shelly the killer, huh? I noticed something at the trial today. You're behaving in a very strange manner. Is something the matter? I guess I should just tell him. Maya, she's been kidnapped. Kidnapped? What does the kidnapper want? An Acule. I see. I had no idea. I will prepare a rescue team as soon as possible and resolve this by tomorrow. But really? Did you hear that, Mr. Nick? Mr. Edgeworth is going to... Stop trying to console me, Edgeworth. I don't need your pity. Mr. Nick? There's no way you can find her. We don't even have a single lead to go on. There's only one way to save her. I have to get in it. Alcurus, somehow. It's the only way. Right. Listen. You need to know something. Juan was killed by Shelly the killer. And the client who ordered the job is... Matt, your own client. Please stop. I can't listen to you. I can't believe that. I see. Well, if you want to continue your investigation, you will need this. What is it? The hotel right now is restricted to police personnel only, as we are looking for any clues that might lead us to Shelly the killer. But if you take this with you to the hotel, I'm sure they'll let you enter. Thank you, Edgeworth. In any case, I must attend to the preparations for Maya's rescue team. We'll meet again, if anything should happen. Now, if you excuse me. Mr. Nick, do you think Mr. Ngarte hired an assassin? Why would he... Matt, you son of a bitch! When we got... That's how... Yo. Remember? Okay, so if you weren't here for the last part, the way we were able to get Matt to take this case, we were able to have Matt take his case, is we showed him the receiver that we've been contacting the killer with. He acted surprised when he saw that. Like everything was going to plan. Everything's starting to fall. Everything's starting to come together. Matt, you son of a bitch! Miss Andres was innocent from the start. Well, she's not, like, fully, like, you know, she's not, like, you know, like, completely, like, innocent, but she's, like, she still tampered with evidence and everything. But, Matt, you son of a bitch! No way. I mean, he doesn't have a psyche lock. But we only asked him, did you murder? And he was like, no, I didn't. Which would be true. He did not murder. Because he hired someone else. Yeah, I guess not. Maya. Please. All I ask is that you make it home safe and sound. Date, unknown. Time, unknown. Location. I guess even kidnappers can be a little clumsy. Clumsy enough to drop a card like this for me. And it even though it says he was an assassin, I bet he's just making that up, like how Nick does with everything in court. Anyways, let's try out the card trick with this card I just found. Quick. Sounds like I got the door opened. Okay, time to take a look around. Date, unknown. Question, time, unknown. Location, unknown. What is this place? I got a feeling I'm not in the hotel anymore. Are those videos over there? Well, I'll worry about that later. For now, I should be looking for clues. That way, I can show them to Sis and maybe get out of here. That's weird. What's a figurine doing on a sofa? In a place like this? I think it's a bear. Aw, how cute! But it's got a lot of cuts and slits in it. I wonder if it's some kind of puzzle or something. Oh, locked, of course. And it doesn't look like I can use the card to open this door. There's a little hole in the bottom of the door. Only if I was a little skinnier. Maybe I'd be able to cross through there. Maya, you're such a glutton. It's so dark in here that I can barely see, but these kind of feel like videotapes. All of them. Just what kind of room is this? A framed picture is still sitting on the coffee table. It's a picture of a woman. She's kind of pretty. Hey! Looks like something's written here. Let's see. I think it says, with love, Celeste. Yeah, no problem. And, yeah, it's totally okay. Ugh. Yo! I know I won't have these notes as Phoenix, but I'm trying to piece... These are my own personal notes as, like, just, like, as an outsider playing the game, but, like, yeah. I bet this could be a clue. Oh, hey! It's a computer! I've never really used one before. I have no idea where the power switches on this thing is. There goes my plan to use this somehow to get out of here. What's this thing? An antenna? I guess. Jeez, whoever lives here is so old. And this is a VCR. There sure are lots of electronic gadgets. I do gotta remember this game was made in 2002. So. In the early 2000s, so. I guess I can't say. I can't hook that Maya's like, she's getting old. But what's an antenna doing here? Oh. This simply will not do. I can't have you wandering around at will. It seems that your Mr. Wright is truly concerned about you. He is? For now, I would suggest you remain cooperative. If you cannot, there are ways in which I can help you. Ways? You mean? Dead man tell no tales. Is that how the saying goes, correct? Dead? I'm almost certain I told you in our first meeting. I'm an assassin. No way. You're lying. I mean, an assassin? People are not always who they appear to be. Nick! March 27th, 7:04 p.m. Cotty Clinic reception. Mr. Nick? Oh, yes, Pearls. Got caught up in my thoughts about Maya's situation. Mr. Edgeworth has left, you know. I guess for now I have no choice but to believe in Mr. Engarde. But I think I should listen to his story one more time. Alright, let's go going to. Okay! If I ever have to see Mr. Hottie again, it will be too soon. I already want to murder the man, so. March 22nd, Detention Center, Visitors Room. I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over for today. Aww. Ugh. I have too many questions I need to ask. I'm sorry, but I'm Phoenix Wright, a lawyer for one of the... You're Mr. Wright, you say? Oh, yeah. There's a message here for you. Message? It's from Matt Engarde. Ah, here you are. What did he write? Is it something really important? I don't know. Well, let's see what it has to say. To Mr. Lawyer Dude, I got something really important to tell you. Why do I feel uneasy all of a sudden? Oh, Mr. Wright. So, actually, I have a favor to ask of you. I have this cat named Shoot. I didn't put out a lot of food when I left the house, so he's probably pretty hungry. You think you could drop by my house and feed Shoe for me, dude? My house is just a little ways down from the hotel, alright? That's terrible! Let's hurry! We have to feed his cat! I'm sure Shoe's stomach is growling by now. Yeah, I guess. He was... A client's request is a request. I guess I should go check up on his cat. Maybe we'll get some clues. Something is totally adding up here. And I don't know if I like it. Back to the office real quick. No, sorry. Wait, I forgot. It's tradition every stream. Difficult looking legal books stand in a formidable row. They mock me. Oh, do you need to look something up in one of these law books, Mr. Nick? Which book is it? Which book do you need? I can't read those hard books, and I can't reach them either. But I can read them, and I'm tall, pal. Please stop competing with an 8-year-old. It's disturbing. My desk. Since I don't have time to sit, it's unusually clean. Oh, I cleaned it up even for you. I cleaned it up even more for you last night. But I can get it even more clear, pal. Ah, that's for the toilet. What a mess, literally. Gosh darn it, Gumshoe. I need you to get your job back, dude, pal. This is the, Nickel Samurai, right? Yeah, that's right. Mr. Nick, please take care of Mr. Kamaya and be her Nickel Samurai, alright? Aw, that's actually kind of cute. I guess we are gonna be her Nickel Samurai. Hey! It's wilting a little. I'll give it some delicious water, pal. It's okay, I already did that. The watering can. Where are you, Mr. Watering Can? Did he just call the watering can Mister? And there's a giant building just outside the window. It's the Gatewater Hotel, a high-class luxury hotel. Actually, the crime happened at the recent completed hotel in the center of town. The Gatewater Imperial Hotel. Just how far are they going to expand their empire? Alright, it was tradition. We have Gumshoe now competing with an 8-year-old, so... Okay, so to the hotel. To the lobby. Oh, shoot. That's the wrong thing. Maybe if I show her this letter... If I show her the letter I got from Edgeworth. Miss Oldbag, if you would look at... What? You want me to look at this worthless piece of... It's from your edgy poo. Edgy poo? Ugh. Is that her perfume? Feldron de Amoro? I smell... Ugh. Let's see here. Would you please allow this unsophisticated young person to conduct his investigation? Yours truly, Miles Edgeworth. Yours truly? I swear to God, he did not write that. He would not. That is not the Edgeworth I know. If that man's good at flattery, fine, but only because Edgy said so. You understand? I hope I never have to see you again, Miss Oldbag. I just thought of something I have to do. Remember, no messing around. If you do anything bad, and I won't let you off the hook. It looks like she has a strong feelings for Mr. Edgeworth. That may be, but you know there's nothing. But you know nothing's going to come of it. That's so mean, Mr. Nick. Feelings are meant to be told and shared. How? Even every time we talk about love, I always end up with a handprint on my face somehow. So anyways, let's continue our investigation. Okay. Ah! But what now? One little thing before I forget. Can't go into Ngarde's room today. Why? The police main investigation team is going to be there all day, you hear? I wonder if they're gonna I wonder if they're the team in charge of the investigating the killer. So don't go in there. Set one foot in there and you'll face the wrath of Windy Oldbag. Ever has to see that woman again in my life, I might actually commit murder. It'd be the second murder Edgeworth would have to defend me from. Hey, we got him out of being a murderer, being guilty of a crime. So therefore, he owes us one. He owes us, man. So let's say if I go murder a certain, director. I mean, also if I probably kill a certain security person, Edgeworth would be more than willing to defend me. Okay, the security lady more likely, though. A lobby with the grand staircase always feels enormous. But right now, the only thing that is filling this enormous room is anxiety about the murder. I really hope nothing else bad happens here. There's a stage where they were going to use for the post-ceremony stage, so after the show, there was supposed to be a press conference, but that press conference, was it really the victim one trying to disclose something about Mr. Ngarde? But they're both heroes. Why would they do something so unheroic? They may look like heroes on the outside, but in the inside, they're only human. Seats for the spectators of the post-ceremony show and the press conference. But it's too bad neither of the events is going to be held now. The cameras must belong to the press that came to cover the conference. They're all basically doing the same thing, staring at the empty stage. Let's do everything at the hotel first. Then we'll go feed his cats. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, Viola Hill. Looks like we're the only ones here. And yet, the hotel seems so busy somehow. Probably because the police team is scouting clues about the killer. There's a grand set of doors over there. It's the doors Maya followed the bellboy out of, only to disappear. If only we had all gone together. They haven't cleaned up the food yet. There's a sad feeling hanging in the air now that the party is over. I want to eat more with Mystic Maya. I want to eat a meal with Mystic Maya again. Yeah, me too. Whenever I watch Mystic Maya eat like she does, it makes me happy about eating, and then I can eat a lot. Well then, Maya, you're making Pearls into a glutton. How about after we wrap up this case, we all go out for a huge 20-course feast on Mr. Edgeworth. I'm kidding. Okay, let's work really hard then. Well, that was my fault for affecting my own. That's a beautiful sight. The chandelier? Yes, but I can't believe it. I can't believe that such a terrible murder happened under such beautiful lights. It's shocking. The award ceremony was held on that stage. It was really fabulous. You just reminded me of the circus for a second. I wonder if everyone is alright. I heard that the very big circus just recently started holding performances again. I'm sure they're all fine, Pearls. And I think that's all we had in here, so. Onwards! To the hallway. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, hallway. Hey, city boy! Lotta, you're still here? Reckon of course! An investigating photographer eats or starves on her ability to snap up the scoop, yeah? And this hotel is just that, an aura of mystery. Yeah, you know, like something always about to happen. But do you have a camera? Freaking given! A photographer's got to have cameras out of the ear like a real pro, you know? So I'm hanging around here. Speaking of cameras and feeding the mouse, do you have my bear bread thief? Why can't you drop that thief thing already? I want to ask you about the night of the murder. What? You're really gonna shell out the bucks for information? You're really gonna shell out the bucks for the info I got? Lotta? You were loitering in this hallway the night of the murder, were you not? Well, kinda, but... Brace yourself, Phoenix. Here it comes. I didn't exactly hang around here the entire time, you know? Follow a few stars around. Got a few autographs, shook a few hands. Had a soda pop with a few of them too. Looks like she wasn't here the entire time that night. The security lady also wasn't in this hallway the whole time either. I guess this means there's no one who can tell us who came and went that night. So, about that note that was inside your camera case. Oh, that ditty I wrote? Yeah. Can I believe what you've written? You mean the stuff about Engarde shoving his manager lady onto Carl? Yeah. Ah, well, I reckon you best not believe in that. What? Look, I sort of wrote that on a whim, you know? Writing whatever came to mind. Whatever came to mind? Yeah, when you get down to it, it's just a lot of random doers. Hey, what's with ya? Why staring at me like my grandma used to? Hey, why don't you look like you suddenly got older too? Or am I just shrinking here? Ah, my baby! My $1,600 baby! What's with that red-coated prosecutor? What's with that red-coated prosecutor anyhow? The guy told me it was evidence and refused to give it back to me. Well, that's kind of how it is. Hey, yeah, you're that red-coat's friend, aren't ya? So put in a few good words for me and get my camera back. You want me to do what? Listen, thank the guy for a real good few 5 hours, and I'll guarantee he'll give it back. Why don't you do that? We're both busy doing. I can't risk him not helping me with the Maya situation. Why don't you do your own dirty work? Well, I reckon it's time for me to get going. A tabloid for photographer without a camera is just a tabloid, huh? Yeah, I guess so. Keep yourself together out there, you hear? I'm counting on you in court tomorrow. Okay, I'll see you then. And you too, that little, now, keep up the good work, okay? Okay. Don't be picky about your food now. Okay. And make sure you do your homework, you hear? Okay. And if you happen to find yourself a camera, would you please just leave already? March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel. Cordo's hotel room. Ooga. Ooh-na. Ooh-na. Ooga. Mr. Nick! What is that worldly, ghastly moaning? I don't think it's a ghost. Maybe it's a demon. Excuse me? Watch who you're calling the brat demon! Ah! Zoinks! It's the alien! Oh, zoinks! It's the alien! Who are you calling an alien? Oh, it's just you, Miss Oldbag. What are you doing here? What's wrong with you youngsters today? I came down here to pay my respects to my poor lawn. And now you're disturbing me. Pearls? Please make sure Edgeworth defends me in court. Oh, wait, no, he's a prosecutor. Shoot. What was his name? Pearls? Make sure Mr. Grossberger defends me in court. I'm glad I kept my notes around just so I could remember his name. I might murder someone. Make sure Mr. Growthberger defends me in court. Anyways, Miss Oldbanks. Please talk to me about the night of the murder. Just one more time. I talked about it plenty at the trial. I was fooled, tricked, deceived by that fraud of a photographer and her note. She was loitering around here with that inconceivable look on her face. With that incabolic look on her face. Okay, got it. Now hold on a second there, you little peep squeak. If you're going to tell your ghost, at least make me sound a little better than that. Oh, alright. Now I've seen everything. But you know, I was working that night too, doing my job, minding my own business. It's not like I had time to stand around here the whole night. Just like Lotta, she wasn't here the whole night either. I was wondering if you could tell me more about Mr. Coralda. He was the most popular star, you know? Especially where it counts in my book. But I heard that he was lagging behind the polls against Mr. Garde. Well, that's just what a recent thing. Bad luck and all, you know? But he was going to become an even bigger star than he used to be. Look! Just look at the mountains of presents. It's a show of mountain feeling that all of his fans had for him. Yeah, the mountain of his pretty big, and certainly is the mountain is pretty big, and certainly nothing to shake at. Mr. Nick? What is it, Pearls? The presents. They're all bears, right? She's got a point. There isn't a single thing here that isn't a bear. All Mr. Wan's presents from his fans seem to be bears. Oh, that's because you can't think of one without thinking about bears. Bears? Why bears? You don't know? When my dear Juan was training, he fought bare-handed with a bear. He refused to give in and let the bear win. But after all those fights, they were friends. Wow, that's a heartwarming story. Now I've really seen it all. Look, it's just like those young people's dramas. I can see who's too tuckered out. Down by a river, going, you sure can fight. You too, bud. You too. Did all that really happen? It's in his biography, bud. What a load of rock. Since then, fans have been giving him bears as presents. Yeah, nice. Bears. This might be way deeper than I ever expected. But, I mean, it is a finale, so. I don't have anything to say about delinquents like you. She's climbing up like an old clam she is. Please, anything would be helpful. Well then, how about I tell you my measurements? No! Alright, I don't think she's gonna talk to us, so let's just make sure we examine shit. Bottles of cosmetics are scattered all over the floor. This is probably where Juan fought his assailants. These glass shards. They're probably from the glass basements Andrew knocked over. So the Nickel Samurai's costume was in here? Yeah. Can't believe Mr. Juan went so far just to say bad things about Mr. Ngarde. Well, it was a press conference, so he had to go in costume. But weren't Mr. Juan and Ren? They weren't friends. They couldn't be friends because they were rivals. So, a rival is someone who is a strong enemy. Pearls is really fired up over this, and I don't have an answer for her. It's a beautiful wine glass. There's tomato juice in it. Ew, tomato juice. I don't really like it much. There's a bottle of it over on the table there. That's probably where this came from. It looks like Miss Juan had dinner that night. This bottle, it's tomato juice. We had a lot of food at the award show that night. But I wonder if the stars had gone on stage only after eating a meager meal like this. And so that's a bed? Yep, it's big, but it's a bed. Ah, Mr. Nick! It's so soft! How easily children are entertained. It's a suitcase. There's so many things in it that I bet it barely closes. There's his clothes, a dryer, electric shaver, a calculator. Do all stars pack so much stuff like Juan? It's so messy here. Pearls really likes things neat and tidy. I take it. There's a lot of electronic things here that I've never seen before. Hey, Mr. Nick, tell me what they are, pretty please. Okay, that over there is a watch. You wear it on your wrist. I know what a watch is. Oops. For a second there, I forgot I was talking with Pearls, not Maya. Wow, there's a lot of bears! Alarm clock ones, collector's editions, stuffed teddies, plastic models. It's pretty overwhelming. Is there a bear he doesn't have? There's even a few in the trash can. Yeah, I get the feeling maybe this guy didn't really like bears. Or teddies. It's hard to bear with all these problems. Grar. What is it when you kill 3 people? Like, what is that called? Because if that is the case, get Mr. Grossberger, because we're gonna have... I don't think I want to bear with the trauma the last case caused me. What's wrong, Mr. Nick? And let's just get out of here. March 22nd, in Garde's mansion, living room. It sure is dark. I'll go turn on the light. Wow, so this is what a star's house looks like. Must be nice to be rich. See, I would be rich, but, you know, sometimes I have to feed Maya, you know? Come on, Mr. Nick, let's find Shoo, the kitty cat. Shoo! I guess this is Shoo. Oh, what a lovely cat! Hello, Shoo! Meow! The cat seems to like Pearls. Pardon me. help you with something, mister? Oh, we're lawyers. Actually, I'm Mr. Ngarday's lawyer. The master's. Then you must be Mr. Wright. Yes. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet your wonderful self. I am the family butler, John Doe. Nice to meet you. I guess we have to show this. I was wondering if you mind taking a look at this. I'm afraid I can't offer up anything special about it. It's not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of evidence for a trial. This isn't evidence for a trial. I was just making sure that you knew I was his lawyer. Polite yet snotty with a touch of rude. He is the stereotypical butler, alright? Okay, let's try talking to him. You must know all sorts of things about Mr. Ngarde, right? Honestly, sir, I do not. I don't believe my master is capable of such foul deed as murder. And, anything else? No, not especially. It's not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of his master, or his affairs. How typically butler-like, as it were. Mr. Doe, how long have you served at this residence? Well, sir, I would have to say maybe about 1 year. And, anything else? No, not especially. It's not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of himself and his affairs. You know, I would thought Mr. Ngarde is kind to have a maid over a butler. That's a very cute cat you got there. It's my duty to take care of him. The master rather fancies a shoe. And, anything else? Nope, not especially. It's not appropriate for a lowly servant to speak of the family cat. Well then, I guess I don't need this piece of scrap paper anymore. Pat's note crumpled into a ball and thrown away. Well, I'm afraid I must take my leave of you now. Oh, we should probably get going ourselves. Ah, so young and yet so accomplished. A master of lawyer. But there's also a lot to be proud of in being a butler. In charge of the house and all. Thank you for the compliment, sir. People are not always who they appear to be. Yo, guys. I have a feeling that, we're not talking to a John Doe right now. I think we maybe talked to a Shelly the Killer. Like, yo. Because remember, that's one thing he said to Maya first time. Now, if you excuse me. Oh, there's a giant cooking wreath here. That's actually a fireplace. How are they different, Mr. Nick? How do I explain this to an 8-year-old? You know, I've actually never seen the Heath before, come to think of it. You should come over and visit Fame Mayor then. Then I'll show you when you do. It's a very comfortable and spacious lounge set. I wonder if the famous stars drop by and sit around and have a good time. In any case, I don't really belong here, do I? What's with me feeling inferior today? A giant bicycle is flying through the air! That's the bicycle, Pearls. This is one where you don't have to pedal it and it moves on its own. Really? Wow! But sorry to disappoint you. It can't fly. Oh, that's too bad. Ah, there's masks here. Yeah. That one in the middle is the Steel Samurai. The one next to that are the Pink Princess and the Evil Masterai. They fought so many battles against the backdrops of Neo Tokyo. Wow, you really know a lot about the Steel Samurai, Mr. Nick. I don't know whether to laugh or cry that I know more about that show as a kid. There's a small door at the bottom of this bigger door, Mr. Nick. I bet it's for Mr. Ngarde's cat to use. Oh, you mean Shu? The door. It's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep nosy people like me from entering it. But I want to enter it! Gumshoe, I need you to help me look over some. Oh yeah, do you know about this card? Card? Edgeworth, for some reason, went pale the instant he saw this card. Hey, I know what this is, pal. You do? No matter what way you look at it. No matter which way you look at it, I'd say it's a picture of a shell. That's it. Oh yeah, that's right. Mr. Edgeworth really likes those cooked snail things. Gosh, this doesn't taste so expensive. What are they called? Escare or something like that. Mr. Nick, I think we just solved the mystery of why Mr. Edgeworth's face turned pale, right? As I suspected, Gumshoe has no clue. Okay. And we don't have any more profiles to show, right? Oh. Could you please take a look at this? Okay, nope. Gumshoe has no idea who this John Doe is. Let's go back to Huddy Clinic. Nope. Thank God I don't have to talk to Hottie anymore. There's gotta be something at the hotel lobby I missed. Wait. Lotta's still around, right? Nope. We forgot to examine all of this. I can understand flowers in the front the dressing rooms, but what are stuffed bears doing here? Could it be that there's an action star with a soft spot for teddy bears? Nah, can't be. There's a piece of paper taped to the door that says Juan's Cora Aldo's room. I wonder what exactly happened. What exactly happened in the room behind this door? Even now, no one really has any idea. There's toilets in each of the rooms in this hotel. But since all sorts of events are held here, there's bathrooms for people who aren't staying here to use as well. Perfect for people like me, who can't afford to stay here in the first place. To Mr. Ngarde from Global Studio staff. Ah, it'd be nice if lawyers got flowers too. Something like, to Mr. Wright from all your grateful clients. There's a piece of paper taped to the door that says Matt in Ngarde's room. The old lady told us about this, didn't she? She said that we can't go into this room tonight. I wonder if an investigation briefing is going on right now inside. Without Detective Gumshoe. Growl! I'm Uncle Bear! I say it's barely 8 o'clock! But what is in that infernal racket? It's one of the presents going off. Sounds like it's already 8 p.m. Way past your bedtime. I'm 25! That startled me. So, I thought I was gonna die for a second! That sounded just like when... Shit, I didn't write the tiger. Leon! Was that the tiger that died? Or was that the tiger that was alive? I forgot which tiger was alive and which tiger was put down. 8 p.m. That's the time when the award ceremony ended last night, remember? Time sure flies. Hard to believe it's been 2 days since the ceremony. Beep, 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 beep. The transceiver! Beep. Hello? Hello? This is not a phone. Maya! How's Maya? You haven't heard her. Have you? It seems you were not able to fulfill your end of the bargain, Mr. Attorney. I've heard the news. So it seemed my present did you no good. No! Missing Maya! Missing Maya! One more day, please. All I ask you is for one more day. I will get a not guilty verdict for sure this time. Please. I suppose if I must. I need that AQL more than anything else, after all. Please let Maya say something. I want to hear she's alright. Alright. Hiss, then this little... What's with the static all of a sudden? Hello? Hello? It seems bad. Connect. Damn it! Did the transceiver suddenly break? Excuse me. What happened? I don't know. All of a sudden, it became nothing but static. Missing Maya! Why did the transceiver suddenly break like that? I should probably have an electronic expert look at it. The sooner the better. Tell me what you know about this! Screw you, old bag. I have nothing to say to you, old bag. Making sure. Okay. Let's go back to the office. It's the only thing I can think of right now. Seems like Gumshoe's left. March 22nd, Ryan Co. Law Offices. Hey, welcome back, pal! I thought I'd make you a little something for dinner. That's nice. Thanks. A rich man's luxurious full meal course. Out of a can, that is. I'm sorry you went through all the trouble to cook, but I don't have time to eat. Oops, looks like you don't have a can opener, pal. You got to be kidding. And here I saw he already whipped something up. Oh, I know. There's one way I know to be helpful. Ask me anything you want, pal. Go ahead. Well, since he's here and offering, I wonder what I should try asking him about. The transceiver. Oh, Mr. Nick! You should ask Mr. Scruffy Detective about that thing. What thing? Oh yeah, this thing just went up and broke all of a sudden. It broke, pal? When I was talking to the kidnapper, it just suddenly broke into static. Look, it sounded like this. I don't hear any static, pal. Huh? Maybe it fixed itself. That's strange. I'm sure it was making a loud static noise. Maybe. Maybe what? Maybe it was electromagnetic interference, pal. Electromagnetic interference. So what's this electronic interference? It's something that happens when a radio gets mixed up with another signal, pal. Oh, when you put it that way, I don't understand what you're talking about. Like, for example, when a cell phone goes off next to a computer screen, stuff on the screen gets kind of fuzzy and starts acting funny, right? Modern technology in the past 20 years. Kaputa? Gumshoe? She has been very sheltered up until this point. It's like when you use the dryer next to the TV and the screen starts looking weird. Oh, yes, the TV does do that. Oh, so that's what you're talking about. She seems amazingly happy to be able to understand this. So, the room you were in when the interference, the transceiver happened. There's got to be something that's sending out very strong radio waves, pal. Something like a listening device or something. Ah! Hey, speaking of that, where were you when it happened? We were in Mr. Crowdell's room. The scene of the murder. What? That's it! I'm gonna sneak it into the precinct and get a bug sweeper. I'll meet you at the crime scene later, alright, pal? Ah, wait, Gumshoe! Oh yeah, baby. It's investigation time! Ha! Gumshoe's back to normal. I'm on fire, pal! My fingers are itching to go. Yeah! We should go too, Nick! Mr. Nick! Alright, let's go! March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, Corraldo's hotel room. Hey! You're finally here, pal! So sorry to keep you waiting. Do you have the, bug sweeper? Well, you see, I got busted trying to sneak in, pal. Then suddenly, I'm staring at the precinct doors. From the outside, I mean. So, yeah, I couldn't get one from one of the police bug sweepers. What do you mean, couldn't get one? We need that item. Hey, calm down, pal. I didn't say I didn't get one. It's just not the police. Wow! So this is a bug sweeper. Looks a little broken. Hey, this was made when I was in elementary school, pal. Oh. By who? Me, of course. Ah, seeing this sure brings back memories. We don't have time for your backstory, Gumshoe! Hey, don't look down on it, sure, pal. Sure, it looks a little beat up. But I put my heart and soul into building this puppy here. Your heart and soul? It will work, trust me, pal. It'll do the job. But you can't set the sensitivity. So it's gonna be, but anything gives off electronic waves. But isn't it better that way? Oh ho 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 ho! Oh, well, anyway, since I brought it all this way, might as well give it a whirl, right, pal? I'm getting the sinking feeling again. Okay, now I'll tell you how to use this baby. There's a listening device or something. There's a listening device or something of the sorts hidden in this room, pal. So we're gonna find it, right? Right. Now, let's first turn the sweeper on. Next, move the sweeper around and give the room a real thorough look-see, pal. The sweeper lets you know how strong the signal is picking up, so keep an eye on it. Once you find something that's giving off a lot of radio waves, press enter to lock onto it. There's a lot of things in here are going to give off radio waves. So let's take a good look at anything and everything that may seem suspicious, okay, pal? Alright, I'm gonna stand outside and keep an eye out. Give me a yell if you find the bug. Got it, pal? Ah! What a lovely bear! Wow! Ah! This must be one of those fancy bear-shaped toy robots. It's a robot. A real robot? Yeah, it's a real one. Mr. Nick. Yes? How many horsepower is it? How many horsies? Horsies? Well, it looks like... It's a bear, so, Lamp check! Lamp! Listening device? Nope. There's a lots of lamps in this room, aren't there, Mr. Nick? Yeah. And they're all on. You shouldn't do that, Mr. Nick. Don't you know that was wasteful? Ah, yeah. I'll be more conscious from now on. Sorry. Yeah, okay. I don't really think the listening device is on the TV. Yeah, of all places. Looks like the TV was left on. Now it's showing an old samurai movie. Yeah, this channel plays all sorts of international movies, as well as domestic ones. You know, every time I watch one of these old movies, I always think, wow, these Japanese stars are really good at English. Yeah. We'll tell her about the sub and dub stuff. We'll tell her about dubbing later. When I grow up, I want to study Japanese. I should probably keep my mouth shut here and not destroy her dreams. Phoenix let her study Japanese. That would be really cute. It'd be really cute to see a little Maya, a Pearly Faye. They talk in Japanese. Well, the phone is the most common place for a listening device, I'd say. But let's take the receiver apart first before we get ahead of ourselves here. Wow, you know a lot about electronics, don't you, Mr. Nick? Yeah, I know tons, especially when it comes to taking them apart. It's my specialty. I'll leave the fixing part up to Gumshoe. So is the listening device in there? No, and I really thought it had to be in the phone too. A cell phone. Nope, no bugs in here. A cell phone? What? Don't tell me you don't know what a cell phone is. I'm sorry, I never seen one before. Phoenix? She's 8! And like I said, this game came out in the early 2000s, so an 8-year-old wouldn't have a cell phone. I didn't get my first cell phone until I was in 7th grade. And 7th grade is like, what, like 12? Now she mentioned it. My cell phone couldn't get any reception while I was studying Kiron Village. And Pearls has never lived outside that village, so... Well, I guess I can't say it's impossible to live without one. The radio is on and playing something. Oh! It's the kids' question corner! Professor, why is the Earth round? Yes, why is it, Mr. Nick? science. Why didn't you listen to the radio program a little more, Pearls? Oh, the water is hot in the pot. In this hot water pot is running out. I'll go get more water for it. That's okay, Pearls. Okay, sounds good. Looks like she's forgotten all looking for the listening device. What's this? It sort of looks like a hot water pot, but... Oh, well, that's kind of like a hot water pot, I guess. But instead of hot water, coffee comes out. Really? This pot can do that? Is there a pot that orange juice comes out of? I don't think there's anything like that, Pearls. Sorry. This is a refrigerator, right? Also, come to look at it. Okay. So, refrigerator does not have a D in it. But if you spell refrigerator, it has a D in it. Why is there no D in refrigerator? But there is in fridge. Why is that? English is weird. I really don't think the listening device is in something like this. Because it's filled with nothing but healthy vegetable juice, right? Yeah, sure. Wow, there's a really delicious loaf of bread in here. Looks like it's been on keep warm all this time since the murder. Well, Mr. Scruffy Detective always says God keep the trail and crime... The trail and crime scenes warm. I think the keep the warm in this case is a little more metaphorical. It's a plain old calculator. It says 50 on it. Maybe he was calculating his allowance. A whole 50 cents? Maybe if he was a spirit medium. What's this? It's a small video camera. No listening device in this gizmo. Everyone's trying to make everything smaller and smaller lately, aren't they, Mr. Nick? That's what it seems like. I mean, come on. This is 2020. This is like 2020, because that's about the time I got this phone. Size of phones now, so. And what were they in, like, the early 2000s? Oh, yeah, you had to flip them open. But they were still kind of small, so. But I want to grow bigger and bigger. Well, eating vegetables isn't going to help you there. You got to eat meat, too. There's no listening device in this notebook computer. Huh. What's a notebook computer? Do you know what a notebook is? Yes, it's a small book with paper so that you can write on. So, this is a notebook. Well, that thing is like a notebook in a way. It's basically a small laptop. Mr. Nick, what's a laptop? Well, it certainly looks like an alarm clock. What's wrong? Why did you look so troubled? I just can't imagine listening device being inside this alarm clock. It's just, sort of reminds me of something that happened a long time ago. Oh. Well, anyways, it looks like a listening device isn't in here. What the fuck is it? Is it the fucking watch? It doesn't seem to be anything giving off radio waves in there, Mr. Nick. Keep a careful eye on the bug sweeper, and let's try again. This super isn't exactly the best. Well, make do with what you have, right? Okay, so that's still the... Is this high enough? Okay. No. And here we have a dryer. Nothing unusual here, I think. A dryer? Oh! If you use it next to a TV, then it'll make a screen look all weird, right? Yeah. And then what happens? And then what happens is called electronic magnetic interference, right? Hey, good memory, Pearls. I will never forget for the rest of my life. Gotta be something here I missed. Well, the listening device is in the air conditioner. Ah, yuck! This air filter is covered with dust and dirt. Yeah. Come on, Mr. Nick, let's wash it. I wonder if being a neat freak makes even the tiniest dust bunnies look colossal. What? Oh, nothing. Be something I missed. Maybe we just... Well, it certainly looks like an alarm clock. What's wrong? Why do you look so troubled? It just, I can't imagine something by being something in this alarm clock. It just, sort of reminds me of something I happened a long time ago. Oh. Well, anyways, it looks like the listening device is in here. Lamp check. Listening device. Nope. There's lots of lamps in this one. Lamp check. Listening device. Nope. There's lots of lamps in this room, aren't there, Mr. Nick? Such a like. Thinking like maybe in like side drawers, maybe, because that's where we got that one from. A cell phone. Nope, no bugs in here. A cell phone? Okay. Well, the phone is the most common place for a listening device, I'd say. But let's take the receiver apart before we get ahead of ourselves here. Wow, you know a lot about electronics, don't you, Mr. Nick? Yeah, I know tons, especially when it comes to taking them apart. Especially, I'll leave the fixing part up to Gumshoe. So, is there a listening device in there? No, and I really thought I had to be in the phone too. Where the fuck is it? I'd like the everything. Giving off a high. Sorry, I literally cannot figure this out. Wait. Is this a... This is just a giant stuffed teddy bear, right? It's the biggest one I've ever seen. Hey! So did you guys find it yet? The listening device. I mean... No, not yet. But this bear's eye is... Let's see it. Let's see. Perfectly normal stuffed bear with some really strong radio waves. Sounds like you guys found the device to me, pal. Let's take this big fella's eyes out and let's see what we got. No, you can't! Such violent acts. Oof. Rips. No! That's... It's a miniature camera, and looks like there's more. There's actually a transmitter and a timer. What emitter? A transmitter, pal. Oh, is it more of that high-tech stuff? So this tiny thing is a camera? Yep, it's a pinhole CCD camera, pal. It's small, high-grade video camera mostly used for security systems. So it's a video camera. It runs on battery, which comes with a set. But there's no videotape in this camera. This is only part of the camera here, pal. The tape recorder with the tape inside is somewhere else. Somewhere else? And the footage is changed into a radio wave that is sent to that recorder. So I sort of like a TV broadcast, isn't it? Hey, you know, you're right. So, what's this? What's a transmitter? It's a device that sends the footage to a camera to take a specific destination. It's a video version of a listening pal device. It looks like it's attached to a small clock-like thing. Oh, that's a timer, pal. You can set to turn on the camera on and record at a certain time with it. You can set a certain time. Yep, let's see. This looks like it was set for 8 p.m. and go for 1 hour. 8 p.m. That was the time the award ceremony ended. There's no set date though, so it's been recording every night, I guess. Mr. Detective, how long has this bear been here? I'm pretty sure it was here since the night of the murder. Then maybe this camera caught the murder on tape. What? And if you think about the angle this bear is at, it's bound to have a clear shot of the whole crime, pal. So there was a camera in the bear's eye, and it was disguised as a present. And I'm sure it was here in the night of the murder, pal. It's pretty big, so it stands out pretty well in my mind. But who gave Mr. Corolla this present? I don't know, pal. But this means that someone out there's got a video of what happened here that night. Isn't there any way we can find out who that person is? It's impossible, pal. Radio waves can be sent almost anywhere, so there's no really way to find out. Is there really no way to find out? I got it! But what? Hey, pal! Let me borrow this mini camera for a bit. What are you gonna do? I'm going around to the electronic shops to see if I can find out who bought this. But that's impossible. I mean, it's already 9 p.m. Leave it to me. Everything has... Even if I have to search all night, I'll find your man, pal. Oh yeah, baby! It's investigating time! I'm on fire, pal! My fingers are itching to go! Yeah! Gosh. I am babysitting 2 people now. He's gone. Yeah. But Mr. Scruffy Detective is sure is a nice man. He's pushing himself so hard for Mr. Maya, all for Mr. Maya's sake. It's a mystery how you always manage to do the most inefficient things, inefficient ways. Right. Ah! You have to excuse me. I heard your conversation just now. Edgeworth, what are you doing here? A rescue team has been created and deployed. I can't say I'm optimistic. We have to move forward one step at a time. I see. Thanks. Don't thank me yet. We still have to find her. So this is where the spy camera was sitting inside the stuffed animal, huh? You're one lucky man, right? Do you know the stuffed bear, little girl? I have no idea. Of course not. The maker of this bear is a very expensive luxury brand from overseas. It's completely handmade, and only a small number of these are exported here. What? The camera and transmitter that Scatterbrain Detective took with him are dead ends. Things like those can't be bought anywhere. However, this bear is different. By tracking how it got to this country, this bear can tell us who the buyer is. Can you really do that, Mr. Nick? Can he really? Well, I guess so. It's 9 p.m. I think I can still make it in time. I'll be taking this for now. I'm sure you have other things you have to do. See you soon, right? Wait! What? Why are you doing this? I have no interest in explaining myself to someone who cannot comprehend. But besides that, right? Until a court reconcerns tomorrow, you should be concerned yourself with this question. Who was the person that murdered Juan Corteda? The real killer. Do you really think that it was Adrian Andrews? No, I haven't believed that for like the past 2 hours at first. To be honest, I don't know anymore. You still have a little time left. Find the truth, right? Everything begins with the truth. Juan Corteo's real killer. Miss Andrews passed. The kidnapper whose soul's condition is an outfield for Mr. Ngarde. And this card, Shelly the Killer. Maya, the only way I can save you now is to find all the answers to this case tonight. I don't understand what your real intentions are, Edgeworth. But as you said, all I can do for now is find the truth. To be continued. So, every time we get a break, we're gonna make sure we go to the bathroom and everything. Because I want to make sure that the court. Okay. I want to make sure we have some music before we go, because I don't want to bring up my music up again. It's past 9 p.m. already, isn't it? I wonder if Mr. Edgeworth has already found Mystic Maya. These things take time. I'd say probably not. The police are professionals, Pearls. They'll find her, so don't you worry. And if we can win a not guilty verdict tomorrow, then everything will be okay. You're right. Okay. So we are going to take a break now. So I hope you guys make sure to get up, stretch, get some water, get something to eat if you haven't done so, if you're hungry or anything. Do all that jazz, and we'll reconvene in like 5 minutes and continue to investigate. Alright, investigation's back on, baby. So the real person who killed Mr. Cortella was that assassin, Mr. Shelley the Killer, right? And the card Miss Andrews found on the crime scene seems to be proof of that. But if that's the case, then a new question comes to mind. Who was the one who hired the killer to begin with? Who was his client? You mean who asked for the murder? That person didn't want to dirty their own hands with blood. But whoever this client is, they are still a killer. Who could have hired the assassin? Do you think it was Mr. Andrews? I wonder. But if she was the client, then why go through the effort to stab the knife into the corpse herself? But if Miss Andrews wasn't the client, then no, it can't be. Corday himself? If Mr. Garday really did hire the assassin, then he's not innocent at all. Far from it, he would be guilty of the crime. But it can't be Mr. Garday, right? I mean, when we first talked with him... Mr. Garday, I'd like to ask you one more question. Did you kill Mr. Juan Cortella? Alright, just so we're clear, dude. I did not kill anyone. And that includes Juan Cortella, okay? I didn't see any psychic locks at that time. Actually, that reminds me. Do you remember something, Mr. Nick? Yeah, something Miss Andrews said at the trial today. She said something interesting. What was this interesting thing? Oh, that's right. You didn't hear it, did you, Pearls? Juan bet everything on the Jamming Ninja this year. And if he'd lost the Grand Prix, he was going to make sure Matt was going down with him. That's what he said anyways. It looks like somehow Juan had his hands in the secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career has it been revealed. Mr. Ngarday's secret. What is the secret? The secret. I don't know yet. But for now, let's think about it this way. Mr. Cortella was going to reveal the secret. That means motive. Mr. Ngarday had plenty of motive to have Mr. Cortella silenced. Which means we have to meet Mr. Ngarday. There's no way around it now. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel hallway. Wow, it's really getting late, isn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it's past 9 p.m. already. But we still have some things to prepare for tomorrow's trial. There's still a matter of this secret Mr. Cortella held about Mr. Ngarday and Miss Andrews' real intentions. These things I must know tonight. But aren't visiting hours at the detention center? I'm sure we'll think of something, Pearls. Don't you worry. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel, Boyle Hill. Old bags were just leaving. Hey, wait! What is it, Whippersnapper? All I know is that it has anything... All I know is nothing has anything to do with you is ever good. Just like now, I was handed this strange quest for who knows what reason. And I was told to use it to search the whole hotel. That's the bug sweeper, isn't it? The one Gumshoe made. I don't know, and frankly, I don't care. But the request came from Edgepoo, so... Edgeworth. And he said... If you feel angry, direct your anger at that unsophisticated lawyer. So I'm gonna feel free to direct all my anger towards you. How the fuck did you know he was referring to us? Oh, right, because we are very unsophisticated. We bluff our ways around everything. And hey, it works. Jeez, thanks a bundle, Edgeworth. What a pal you are. Hey, Phoenix, are you stealing Gumshoe's stick again? It's absolutely top secret. You had better keep it up yourself. They found a spy camera hidden in one of these presents. Very interesting. I'm sure it was you know. It was to catch poor Juan in the middle of scandalous meeting. Scandalous? What's that? It means, well, you know, it's the gossip that's going around. But, dear Juan. Oh, you mean that thing about Miss Andrews? But I'm sure she must have some reason for getting close to Mr. Kurtala. I'll let you in on another secret, youngin'. You know who planted that spy camera? It was that obnoxious puppy-head girl, photographer girl. The one, the nerves of some people. Spying on people herself. I wouldn't want to see it for myself too. Wow, the alien actually admitted her true intentions for a change. I don't know what you're thinking exactly, but I can bet it's nothing good. I didn't say anything. Oh, you want to know about Juan and that manager, right? Actually, as I heard it, they were something of a refreshing pair, those two. Oh, and tell you, Juan was really welcomed that manager with open arms, I heard. That manager? Who are you talking about? You don't know? That manager Juan had. It's a shame she killed herself, though. Oh, you're talking about Miss Celeste Impact. Miss Andrew's mentor, right? Yes, that's the one. That Celeste girl. She was supposed to get her married, you know. Married? You mean to Mr. Kurtala? Really, you young kids today don't know anything, do you? That girl Celeste killed herself 3 days after their marriage announcement. 3 days after their marriage announcement? What the? Why would Miss Impact want to kill herself? She was going to get married. Well, that's because she was thrown away. You see, by Juan. What? But they were going to get married, right? They promised each other, right? They had a grand announcement session, but... Yo. Now I am starting to understand why Edgeworth calls me unsophisticated. Because I keep going, yo! Anyways, let's continue. 3 days later, Juan suddenly canceled their marriage. Is that true? It wasn't weekly magazines. But why? It's in the magazines, also known as the MIM, my intelligent network, aka the tablets. Well, why would he do that? That's not the magazines, unfortunately. I see. That night after Juan called off the wedding, that manager Celeste killed herself. How terrible. I wonder what happened between those two. I don't have time to talk to you, old bag. I feel like I'm gonna sneeze again. March 22nd, Gatewater Hotel lobby. On that night, there must have been at least a few hundred people here. I guess the police are done with their questioning and investigation. It looks like things here in this lobby have finally calmed down. March 22nd, in Garden Days Marching living room. Looks like no one's around. What happened to that person with the stuffed teddy bear face? Oh, she must mean that butler with the stitches in his face. Shoo! Oh, there you are! I guess you're still awake, huh? Shoo! Yishi, come on, let's play! I wonder if that butler, Mr. Doe, is already asleep or not. There's a small drawer at the bottom of this big door, Mr. Nick. I bet that's for Mr. Ngarde's cat to use. Oh, you mean Shoe? There's a door. It's locked tight. Well, I guess that's to keep noisy people like me from entering it. I guess there's nothing here. So let's move. March 22nd, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. It feels like sort of tense in here, doesn't it, Mr. Nick? Yeah, it does. I wonder if something happened. You're Mr. Ngarde's lawyer, right? Ah, yes, sir. Well, we finally found just the person we've been looking for. A real decisive witness. A decisive witness? You mean for Ngarde's case? The Ngarde case? We're taking the witness statement right now. Gotta hand it to Mr. Edgeworth. Edgeworth's up to now. Who is the witness? I think you know this person quite well, Mr. Lawyer. Mr. Nick? Between the kidnapper's demand and now this, I can't see any way to win here. Oh yeah! Mr. Edgeworth wanted me to tell you something. He did? Even though visiting hours are no longer are long over at the detention center, he wanted me to grant you a special permission, so here you go. Well, what? I already called them, so they know. Go on, go ahead, talk to your heart's content. Thank you very much. This is good news, Mr. Nick. Go talk to your heart's content. Sounds like the police are pretty sure they have tomorrow's trial in the bag. March 22nd, Detention Center, Visitors Room. I'm sure they must have transferred Miss Andrews here by now. So that means that both Mr. Ngarde and Miss Andrews are in this detention center. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Let's start with Andrews. Oh, it's you. I'm sorry to be visiting at such a late hour, but there are a few questions I absolutely have to ask you tonight. Me? I thought your client was Matt. I'm sure Miss Andrew knows something. She can't be closed about the secret Mr. Katala on Mr. Ngarde. I'd like to ask you about Matt if you don't mind. Mr. Wright, you still don't know, do you? The real him, I mean. You seem to bear a lot of resentment toward Mr. Ngarde. If that's the case, then why did you become his manager? And why would you become intimate with his rival? That has nothing to do with this case. Nothing. About Miss Celeste's impact. I finally put her death behind me. And now, thanks to you, it's all come back to the surface. I'm sorry. Yes, I was shocked by her suicide. And it's true, when I heard the rumors that Juan was the one who hidden her suicide note, I began to draw close to him. I wanted to get her suicide note back, and to burn it. You wanted to burn it? But why? I didn't want it to spread just like another piece of gossip. But I never held any murderous intent towards Juan. I would never do something so stupid. The suicide note, huh? I wonder what it said. Why did you try to frame Mr. Ngarde? That's simple. Because he's the killer. That's why. Isn't it the duty of every good citizen to inform the police? But there had to be another way. The police are excellent at doing their job, so they'd figure it out, right? Yes, they are good at that. They are so good that they couldn't even figure out the real truth behind Celeste's death. Miss Andrews? Well, I know you're not the type of person to do something without a reason. So please, tell me why you did what you did. Revenge. Huh? Did you say something just now? A psyche lock. A psyche lock, huh? Don't you understand yet? You're not my lawyer. To be honest, you're more like my enemy. But I'm sure I just heard Miss Andrews say revenge. Oh, wait. Hold on. No. I meant to open. Well, I have my evidence. I have. Can you please tell me why you framed Mr. Ngarde for the murder? I've already told you countless times. It's because I thought Matt was the killer. No, that's not it. I know you have a personal reason to dislike Mr. Ngarde. Miss Andrews, you may think I didn't hear it, but I know I heard you say something earlier. You said revenge. So you're saying I was taking my revenge out on Matt? And why is that? What's an absurd idea? I don't have anything to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who being dependent on other people. There's something or someone in her past who would make her take revenge. She said she was putting it back. Let's try to come back later. I don't think I have my evidence yet. March 22nd, Ryan Co. Law Offices. Doesn't look like Mr. Scruffy Detective is here. Well, he's out there with that camera asking around all the electronic stores. Then I'll make some salad for him for dinner. It looks like Pearls is really appreciate what Gumshoe's doing for us. And together with Edgeworth, we'll get his job back. Mr. Nick? Yes? Where's the lettuce? I don't think I've ever brought lettuce before. Aw, I guess I have to give up on making a salad then. Guess the lack of lettuce is kind of a problem. Okay, I guess we don't have anything to talk to Pearls about. This is just if we wanted to go talk to Pearls. Now then, whose story do I want to hear? Let's talk to Matt. Dude, it's Mr. Wright! I hope you can get me off the hook tomorrow. I'm counting on you. I hope so too. Edgeworth just dropped a bombshell on me by saying that Juan Cortella was killed by an assassin, and that assassin's client is this man, Mangarde. What's wrong, Mr. Mangarde? There's something I must know with 100% certainty. You seem kind of different. You're totally not like your usual lawyer self, dude. Lawyer dude self. About the press conference. You mean the one where Juan was gonna dress up like the Nickel Samurai? Yeah. I heard a little more about it from Miss Andrews. It looks like somehow Juan had in his hand a secret so powerful that it would destroy Matt's acting career if it has been revealed. Could you please fill me on what this secret is, please? Ah! Psyche locks! I knew it was coming. I knew this was coming. Mr. Nick, don't tell me. Psyche locks. You said a secret, right? But I don't have any idea what that is. Do you, dude? They both have psyche locks. I'm probably gonna have to break Andrew's first. Do you know about Miss Cortella and Miss Andrews' relationship? Well, it's all over the tabloids, dude. Ah, but I don't know any of the details, if that's what you mean. Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I don't care what Juan did with his life. And Miss Andrews, she had purpose in mind when she started seeing Mr. Cortella. Her mentor, was Mr. Cortella's manager, and Miss Andrews was going to get Miss Celeste's impact suicide note from him. Celeste? Does that jog any memories? Don't. Dude, I suddenly just got totally hungry. You up for a pizza? My treat! Mr. Nick? What's a pizza? Is it kind of like a pea, like green peas? Let's go get one later, okay? Ah, I got cut off by the pizza dude at the shop. That's too bad. Well, how about we get our minds off of this topic and talk about something else, okay? He knows something. Mr. Ngarde. Are you connected to Miss Impact's suicide in some way? Let's see what we can do so far with the Psyche Lock. As we can know that sometimes with one piece of evidence you can break multiple Psyche Locks. But I have a feeling that we're gonna have to break Andrew's first. So hold on, I gotta look something. Okay, nothing important. Okay. Now let's hear what the secret of yours is. What if Mr. Cortella has been successful in his plan? What would he have disclosed? I told you before, dude. I don't know. I don't know anything about Juan, okay? Look, Mr. Wright, I can't keep saying it until I'm blue in the face, but I totally didn't pay Juan any attention that whole night. I mean, come on. I was in the middle of a nap. Don't lie to me. Huh? I know you paid close attention to Mr. Cortella, especially on that night. We're gonna need those video cameras back then. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. I should investigate some more clues before I try again. Okay. March 22nd, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Oh, Mr. Wright, please, if you have to help me. Uh-oh. Mr. Powers? What happened? Why are you here? You see, I got roped into this somehow. What? And now I'm going to testify at tomorrow's trial. You were with us! You were with us the night of the murder! What? So the decisive witness is Mr. Powers? But he was with us! I was talking with the detective until a little while ago, and I was on my way home, when all of a sudden, you're under arrest, and I was brought back here. Oh. They said my face and whole self in general looked suspicious or something. Sorry that you're behind bars again, Powers. Well, I guess that I can see how they thought you looked suspicious. Just a normal guy in an exercise show for kids. Is that a crime? So, about this testimony you were given, what are you gonna talk about? I really don't know yet. But it sounds like I saw something pretty important from what they tell me. You saw something important? What was it? Well, the detective told me not to talk about it. You can't tell anyone, especially not that lawyer, he said. Who do you think that lawyer the detective was talking about? I'm gonna have to take a wild guess and say it's me. Yeah, you got it. Mr. Nick? Mr. Maya and myself are your only two allies in this whole world, but it's alright. Ouch. I don't really have a lot of friends, do I? I have a lot of enemies! And a lot of people that I would be willing to murder. This is gonna do a lot of damage to Matt, you know. Because he's got that refreshing like a spring breeze image going. But what's he really like? Well, let's see. Matt's always the kind of a player with women. He never really turns a pretty face away, if you know what I mean. He always says it's just a game to justify himself. That son of a bitch! If it wasn't for Maya, I would never have taken him as my client! What? How horrible! That's unforgiving! Oh, sorry, didn't mean to offend you. But you know, he once said that there's only one person in the world who won't swoon over me. One person who wouldn't swoon over him. His manager, you know? Miss Andrew Andrews. Why is Miss Powers suddenly looking kind of energetic? You see, I'm actually a sucker for gossip. I mean, celebrities and their worlds have a dazzling sort of image, right? A dazzling sort of image, but aren't you part of that? Aren't you part of that dazzle, Mr. Power? No, I'm more of a hairy, sweaty, smelly, buddish kind of guy, you see. But it's okay, really. I get to hear plenty of gossip about lots of other stars around me as things happen. Well, that's true. Oh, hey. So, did you hear this yet? About Miss Andrews' mentor and her suicide? You mean Miss Impact? We heard something about how her wedding was canceled. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I thought about it a little the other day. About that mysterious death. Hey, Mr. Wright, why didn't you ask me about that? Go on, go ahead. Mr. Powers is so charged up, his skin is practically growing with electricity. Hey, so have you heard this? Celeste left the suicide note. And they said that Juan went and hid it. We heard about that in court today. But there wasn't any actual proof that she had left the note. Well, this is what I think. I think that something bad was written on that note. Something bad for Juan, that is. Something bad for Mr. Cortala? Why do you figure so? Well, before she died, Celeste was talking with a few of her friends, and she said, it looks like I got caught up with a truly insidious man. A truly indecisive man? Did she mean that about Mr. Did she mean Mr. could tell like that? Well, there's no one else that fits the bill, right? And that would be a reason enough for him to hide the suicide note. I see. Well, that's some good info. Thank you. You're welcome. Your guard name is Andrews. You're both at the detention center right now. There's still things I don't understand. Or, no, I'm sure. I have to get the two of them to tell me everything. Who's calling us? Mr. Nick, your phone! Hey, that's the Steel Samurai song, isn't it? I don't like the sound of this ringtone right now. It sounds kind of ominous. Yeah, I know. Beep. Hello? We're in trouble now, pal! I'll be back at the office really soon. What's wrong? Something unexpected just happened. Mr. Edgeworth, Edgeworth. Anyways, hurry up and get back to the office, pal. I don't know what's going on anymore. It's no good. The end. Beep. Hello? Got cut off. What's going on, Mr. Nick? Gumshoe said we need to get back to the office right away. Then we should hurry back. I'm scared to go back. What are you talking about, Mr. Nick? Pull yourself together! Maybe it'll be good news. Somehow, I doubt that. I've never been so scared to go to my own office. March 22nd, Wright & Co. Law Offices. What took you so long, pal? Mr. Edgeworth couldn't stick around forever and had to go. Well, what happened? We got him. We know who brought that spy camera. Eh? This quickly? And this bear gave them away, pal. The bear. I figured it out, pal. I figured out we should have been looking into the bear instead of the camera. Did Gumshoe, did Edgeworth tell you that? But wasn't Mr. Edgeworth that figured? Shh, Pearl. And? Go on. There's only one person who brought those bears who related to this crime. Who is it? Who could be so rude to spy on another person in their room? Man and guard day. God damn it, we need to get him. Oh, God damn it, we need to get a criminal off the hook. God fucking damn it, Matt, you son of a bitch. I am never mean to my customers my clients like this, but you son of a bitch, Matt. Huh? Man Garde, your client. That's who, pal. And here I thought things couldn't get any worse. The problem is I need the not guilty verdict. Or else Maya's line is on the line. Who would be my partner in crime? Okay, not actual crime. Who would be my partner in trials? I would have to rely on Maya and Mur. I would have to rely on Pearl to call both of them. And Pearl's is only 8. I can't do that to an 8-year-old, Gumshoe. Are you sure you heard that right? The person who brought that bear was... I heard it from the department store clerks, pal. This is their credit card receipt for the purchase. It's for 3,800, pal. That's the exact match to price of that stuffed bear. A receipt. That's all you have? Nah, it's not just a receipt, pal. The store clerk said so himself. He told me I'm sure I sold the bear to Mr. Ngarde. I mean, the clerk even got Mr. Ngarde's autograph out of it, pal. So I'm sure that person that brought the stuffed bear was Mr. Ngarde himself. My sight is failing me. This can't be. Matt, you son of a bitch! So what about the spy camera we found? Ah, that was the dead end, pal. I mean, you can get this kind of stuff from anywhere. But for now, I guess you can give these back to you for file away into evidence. Thank you, at least. I know you don't want to give up, pal. I never saw it. I didn't think it was possible. The person who put the spy cameras in Juan's room was Matt Ngarde. Why would Mr. Ngarde do something like this? I bet it was to catch Miss Andrews and Mr. Catala on one of their rendulas. I bet it's not good enough for me. I have to know the absolute truth behind this camera. Are you going to see him, Mr. Ngarde? I mean, yes. I'm scared, Mr. Nick. I wonder what we'll find out next. I'm scared myself, but it has to put a good face on a good face for pearls. Matt Ngarde, what in the world have you done? You son of a bitch! I know I'm supposed to put on the smile for my clients, but this is one man I will not smile for. I'm sorry, Gumshoe. I had to go to the detention center ASAP. You're working real late, you know? It's already past 10 p.m., dude. I think it's time you told me the truth. Relax. Don't you know that ignorance is bliss? But if you really want to know, let's talk. Alright. Now, let's hear what the secret of yours is. What Mr. Catala has been successful in this plan. What would he have disclosed? I told you before, dude. I don't know any... Okay. Do we show the bear? I think we showed the bear. This bear was Mr. Cardell's room in the night of the murder. A bear that was supposed to be a present from a fan. So, it's a present, dude. It actually looks kind of classy, if you know what I mean. Yes, I heard it's quite expensive. Which is why it's very odd that the gadget was inside the fence. This is a very small video camera. And it was hiding inside this bear's eye. Maybe it was a really curious bear. Well, whatever this bear saw was sent somewhere being used, but was sent somewhere using this transmitter. Which means someone on the night of the murder was secretly filming Mr. Cardell's room. I guess Juan had a few of those kind of fans too, huh, dude? Actually, I wouldn't say this bear was a present from a fan. You sure, dude? Who else could it be from? The person who gave this bear to Mr. Catala was Mr. Ngarde, do you know this bear from somewhere? I don't think I've ever met Mr. Bear before, dude. Aw, but he says he knows you. How could you forget such a great friend? What else did the bear tell you? He said that one who put the camera inside his eye was you, Mr. Ngarde. If I didn't know how you work in court, I'd think I was in some serious trouble. Come on, that's all a joke, right, dude? You're just pulling my leg. Looks like you're not ready to give up your secret yet. Well, do you have any proof that you want to show me first? Here's your proof that you put the camera inside the bear. I have it here. One credit card receipt, Mr. Ngarde. It was from you who bought that stuffed bear. Dude. All you can tell from that is I spent $3,800. I go to that department store all the time, okay? This 3,800. This be that toothbrush I brought that one time? A $3,800 toothbrush? It's ivory. And it's got elephant hairs for bristles. Ew. Elephant hair. Is that what rich people use nowadays? Rich people, tell us. We must know your secrets. Anyways. The store clerk clearly remembers you and your purchase. After all, you even gave him an autograph, did you not? Dude, you should have said that earlier. So can I ask you one thing? Yes? You're my lawyer, right, dude? So if you are, then why are you looking into stuff like that? Because if I don't know the truth, I can't help you. Sounds more like a stupid lawyer talk to me. Hey, let's stop talking about this, okay? No, not yet. I haven't asked you why the camera was set up. Why you set the camera up yet. And what your secret is. Of course, it would be strictly confidential. So, what are you gonna do now? I'm gonna find out what you want to know. Because I must... The reason you hid the camera in Mr. Patel's secret is... I don't know if we have the evidence. I don't think I have enough evidence yet. Let's head to the lobby for a bit. The hotel for a bit. See if there's anything. Okay. No, I feel like the only course of action we have is to break. Ah! Keep doing that. Let's see if there's anything. Nope. Okay. So I guess the only thing we can do is... Wait, do we have anything else we can talk to? That Encarte. What was he thinking? You mean setting this by victim in his room? Yeah, and that was recording the whole time of the murder too, pal. And you think that finding just a tad suspicious doesn't sound like a coincidence to me? Ah, I mean, don't mind me. I'm just thinking. I didn't mean it that way, pal. In what way did you mean it? Now then, his story do. Oh, I can't. Okay. Okay. mean, it's worth a try. Celeste? There's only one catalyst that could cause such a strong feeling, and even revenge. And that's Miss Impact's suicide. What are you trying to say? I have a lot to write down. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager. On top of that, the one who hit her suicide note was also Juan. What does it all have to do with Matt? You're right. You haven't mentioned him yet. But for you to hate Miss Engarde, it would mean that he must have had some relationship to Miss Impact and her suicide. Can you explain to me this relationship between Celeste and Matt? I can't, fortunately. If I examine, can I switch who I'm talking to? This guard monitors the visitor's room. He's sleeping still. The night's pretty long. I guess he got pretty tired. I hope he doesn't fall over. Quickly switch back over to them. So, hopefully since I didn't... Oh, I have to go through everything again. I have to do it all in one shot. So I guess I can afford to mess up, since I only have the one. Okay, I forgot to mention the spy camera in Bear. Where's the shot? What is this card? Maybe he doesn't know about this card. This is a certain man's calling card. The man's name is Shelly the Killer. And I'm sure you know of him, don't you? Shelly the Killer? That's ridiculous. Why would I know some shady scumbag like him? If you really don't know him, then why are you acting so jumpy all of a sudden? This is it. I finally starting to get the truth. I can't afford to make any more mistakes now. Mr. Ngarde, Matt Ngarde, I know why you know me. It's because... Since you're the one who set up that camera, that means you knew. You knew exactly what was going to happen in that room. So, how would you know something like that? It's because you were his client. That's why. You hired Shelly the killer to assassinate Mr. Juan Catalza. The real mastermind behind this whole murder is you, Matt Garde. And here I was trying to be a good boy for you, dude. I thought you didn't know, because I thought if you didn't know, you'd be able to do your job without feeling bad. Well, that's what I thought anyways. Mr. Ngarde, you really did hire... Hold on a sec. I'm gonna consult myself, okay? Consult myself? Well, I guess it's probably about time anyways. About time for what? I think it's time for you to meet him now, Mr. Lawyer Dude. See? You know, sometimes it's really not 5. How do you, Mr. Lawyer? I'm Matt Ngarde. The fuck? Well done, Mr. Wright. I bet it wasn't easy to gather as much information as you have. So you're Shelly the Killer's client? You didn't think I would do my dirty... You really didn't think I would dirty my own hands for this, did you? What do you mean? And that woman, Adrian, was quite brave herself, trying to stick up the crime on me. Didn't think she had it in her. But all I care about is that Juan is dead. Isn't that right, Mr. Lawyer? You're lying! What a terrible... It's way past your bedtime, little girl. Go on, let us grown-ups talk more adult things. But why? Why did you hide the video camera and... A weakling soon believes the words of others. Just like that pathetic Adrian. I knew about Miss Andrews' secret. But I'm no weakling. You don't believe anyone. At least, last of all, assassins. What? Oh, come on now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. They turn their clients into cash cows by holding the sinful deed over their heads. And superstar like me. How much do you think I'm worth? Care to guess? And that's why... Yes, that's why the video comes in. It got his face... It's got the crime scene recorded on it. Preserved for all time. With that, I can keep him at bay, even blackmail if I want. That's right. That video is my insurance. Isn't that what they call it, Mr. Wright? You sick son of a bitch! If I already didn't have my hands tied with planning my old bag's murder, I would murder you right now and get this whole case over with. Pearls, please keep Grossberger on hold. We're gonna need a quad. We're gonna need him to protect me from a quad kill here. Wait, quad. Oh, right. Because it would be Mo, Director Hottie, Miss Oldbag, and now Ngarde. So yeah, it would quad kill. Keep Mr. Grossberger on hold, please. Why would you do something so wrong? Because I'm a grown-up, and I can. Get enough of an answer for you, little girl? Why would you kill Mr. Cortala? Because he was about to He was about to sling so much dung into my beautiful public image. Candles are a little annoying, aren't they? This is all because of that press conference, isn't it? If Mr. Cortella had been able to give it, then Mr. Ngaldo's secret would have... Ah, well, that's what we call taking advantage of the situation, you know? I had no interest in doing it, really, though. Bit by bit, it crept up on me. And then the situation just presented itself quite perfectly. How beautiful, I thought. And that's how Mr. Cortella ended up dead. Let me tell you something. I'm not like Adrian. I don't depend on anyone. People are simply things to be used and thrown away. Put on a sweet innocent face, and the people will swallow up anything you feed them. You sick son of a bitch! Adrian fell for it. The assassin too. Oh, and how could I forget? Even you fell for it, Mr. Lawyer. Everyone all working their butts off for me. Mangarde! I'm not working for you. I'm not working my butt off for you. I'm trying to make sure that my assistant, okay, one of my only two friends doesn't end up dead. I saved her butt twice. I can't just let her die because of an asshole like you. Aw, did that leave you speechless? What a shame. What's wrong, Mr. Lawyer? You get awfully quiet. How could I have been so deceived by you all this time? When we first met, I asked if you had killed Juan Cortella, and you answered very clearly that you haven't killed anyone. Hey now, I never told you any lies. The person who did the killing was that killer guy, right? All I'm guilty of is taking a catnap in my room. You killed Mr. Cortella. I dare you to say that in court tomorrow. If it wasn't for Maya, I would say this man is guilty. You're lucky. There's a search party for Maya going on right now. The moment I hear she is safe and sound, it's the moment I yell, Mr. Cortella is guilty. Oh, but too bad you can't. You're my lawyer after all, aren't you? You could always drop out my case and refuse to represent. You could always drop my case and refuse to represent me. How does that sound? Oh, but you can't, can you? That would be the one thing you absolutely can't do. Mr. Wellington, I need you to... Ah, shoot. Got you arrested. Damn it! Why does everyone I need to help me? I always end up... Mr. Maya. You wouldn't want to test the killer. He's a man of his word, or so I hear. You could end up getting a certain friend of yours rubbed out if you lose. You. Scoundrel. So if I were you, Mr. Wright, Esquire, I think I would give it my all tomorrow. Remember, everyone likes a happy win-win resolution. I have too much to worry about you, asshole. I will get you for this. That's such a cliche phrase. But I'm a man. But here's the thing, Miss Ingarde. I'm a man of my word. If I say I'll get you, I'll get you. Juan said something just like that. If memory serves. Of course. Well, we all know how things turned out for him, don't we? Good night, Mr. Lawyer. Maya, what am I supposed to do? And now you finally found out. The starting line of this case. Hedgeworth. I don't care for the horror atmosphere here. Let's return to the precinct. March 27th, police station, criminal affairs department. Well, right? What are you gonna do? If you plan on changing your strategy? No! We can't do that. That's right. He's holding Maya hostage. What should I do? That's not something I can answer for you. Mr. Edgeworth. Right? Only you can decide where to go from here. 1 year ago, at that time, I truly didn't understand what a prosecutor was. And that's why I had to leave the prosecutor's office. I felt that I couldn't stand in court and law until I knew what a prosecutor really was. And now, right? It's your turn. My turn? What is this thing called a lawyer? What can you do as one? You must find the answer. You must find it on your own. I'm a lawyer. But to fight for someone who's clearly a killer? Matt and Garde. That man really... Ugh! It doesn't matter who, every person deserves a proper defense and a fair trial. Isn't that the basis of our judicial system? Proper defense. What exactly is that? Whereas the lawyer forcibly and violently get inaccurate through shouting and trickery. Ironic that you of all people would say such a thing. Isn't that exactly how you fought for your clients up until now? Well, that may be true, but that's because I believed in my clients to be innocent from the bottom of my heart. But if I were to get Engarde and Aquila, that isn't a proper defense at all. I became a lawyer because I thought I could save people who were suffering in pain. But when I look at this mess we're in, I can't even protect the person closest to me. Even if I win the case, I still lose in the end. I just don't know what to do! Right. Would you get a hold of yourself? You got it all wrong. You have it all wrong. Huh? We aren't some sort of heroes. We're only human, you and I. You want to save someone? That's something easier said than done, wouldn't you say? That's... You're a defense attorney. You can't run away from that. You can only fight. That's all you can do. People like you and Francesca Bonkarma are always using all you have to pin me down. You fight to the very end, even when you know the truth is not with you. But I'm not like you. I can't fight for a false verdict, for a man I clearly know to be guilty. Francesca, she fights for herself. The only thing she fights for is her perfect win record. That's all. And? Isn't that the same for you? Isn't that why you ran away a year ago? Because your precious win record was destroyed? You're so petty. If that was the case, he would have ran away after episode 2. I see. Now I understand why you despise me so. However, you are mistaken. What do you... Thanks to you, when you sealed off my path to a perfect win record, I began to realize the error of my ways. I realized that things such as the perfect records were meaningless. What? I don't believe you. Are you saying that's why you left the prosecutor's office? But then, why are you here now? The answer to that is something you will find out on your own. I have faith you'll see it before the verdict is read tomorrow. But if you can't, then it will be powerless to change the ending of the story. Beep, beep, beep. Mr. Nick, the transceiver! I'm sorry for what happened earlier. Now then, Mr. Attorney, do you wager that you can obtain a acquittal for tomorrow? My, What is the matter? Mr. Attorney, I don't see your usual anger this time. Tell me, please. Why are you holding Maya hostage for Mr. Ngarde's sake? Why are you doing this for a cold-blooded killer? Right? Please don't misunderstand things. He is my client. Don't toy with me. A man who hires an assassin just to kill... who hires an assassin is just as much of a killer himself. I believe you were asking me for a reason why I'm doing what I am. Yeah. This is what I like to call my aftercare. What the heck is aftercare? My name carries a certain amount of honor and dignity, Mr. Attorney. I take great care to ensure that no suspicion ever falls upon my clients for my handiwork. This is what is called client's relation, and it is a part of an assassin's duty. An assassin's duty? We're unlucky this time, and my client was arrested as a suspect. As a result, I did what I had to enlist your expert help, Mr. Attorney. Dude, I have 8 trials under my belt. I'm not that expert, as you would say. And to enlist that you would do everything in your power to the very end. What is your name? I believe I told you once before. However, you did, but my name is the Killer. Shelly the Killer. You're Shelly the Killer? Please keep in mind that you do not have much space to maneuver with me. As a killer, I always finish what I set out to do. If you fail to keep up your end of the bargain, Maya! It would be my duty as an assassin to see she receives a nice long nap. No! Now then, if you excuse me, if someone were in a trance to signal back to me, it would be quite troublesome. Cat. Pearls, did you hear that kitty? Mystic Maya! I don't know what to say. And that led right into a trap. Edgeworth. How good are you at breaking locks? This situation is way more than I expected. I don't know what to say. Edgeworth! Did you hear that? At the end of that transmission. Huh? Oh, that? Sounds like a cat. A cat? It can't be! That cat! Can it be? What is it? I think I know where Shelly the Killer is holding Maya hostage. Edgeworth, have all the police units head to Guardian Mansion immediately. Alright, you have to hurry as well then. Don't lose hope yet, Pearls. The fight has only just begun. Yeah! Matt, you son of a bitch! But you laid right into our trap! Maya! Please answer us, Mystic Maya! We have this area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. Assuming he's still in the area. I can't believe it. That butler, all this time, he was the killer! He and Nagarde were working together all this time. I'm sure they had worked out a contingency plan ahead of time. there's lots of cuts in it for some reason. A bear. Isn't that more of a thing for Mr. Cortella? Why would something like this be here? Right? Look down. There's a little pet door installed. Ah! I'm sure that's for Shoot. Do you think that this came through that little door? This door. It's locked. Well, I'm pretty used to breaking down doors by now. Let's go, Edgeworth. Slam! Ah! Ah! There's no one here! From the looks of this room, I would say it's Ngarday's private lounge. Look at this, right? An antenna from sending and receiving radio signals from a VCR. Check inside the deck. If there's a tape, then there would be an important piece of evidence. If we're lucky, it'll have the moment the crime was committed was recorded. I'm sorry, but the tape deck is empty if there's no tape to be found. No. But there's no mistake that someone used this to record something. It looks like someone took the tape we were looking for and escaped with it. He searched all over, but it looks like he got away. I'm sorry. Looks like he slipped out in the grass this time. And now, we lost our only lead. Don't give up yet. This little girl is... That little girl is looking to you to be her pillar. Yeah, you're right. We're close, I can tell. You already set up checkpoints along every route leading out of the district. Leave the rest to us. Maya. This looks like a picture of Miss Impact. With love, Celeste. Miss Impact? You mean... Yes, Mr. Cortella's former manager. Why would a picture of Miss Impact be in Mr. Ngarday's mansion? And why does it say with love? This might be a clue. Yo! 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 I think I cracked the case. But how we're gonna get out of this situation? I have no fucking clue. No, I figured the crime out. So obviously the crime is Matt hired the killer. Matt hired the killer to kill Katana for a secret that was known. Was that his true identity? Maybe. Probably. So that people wouldn't figure out about his true nature. You know, he was killed. And what was the... Wait. No! Because the secret was why Celeste killed herself. And that's because she was arranged to marry Juan, but in reality she was going to marry, but she was in love with Matt. Nailed it. Or something like that. Ah! What's wrong, Pearls? Please let me see that picture frame. Huh? What's so special about the frame? On the back, there's something written on the back of the frame. Maya. It's Mystic Maya! She left us a message. What? I thought you'd come. I knew you would. Now listen up. You better get Ngarday's a guilty sentence, okay? If you get that creep slimebag not guilty, I'll never forgive you. Ever! I'm fine, so you don't need to worry. There's so much I wanted to write, but I don't think I have a lot of time left. Hurley, I know you're there too, right? Make sure you help Nick, okay? Someone's gotta watch out for that helpless lunk. That's it for now, Nick. I guess I'll thank you later. No! Take my hand! Right. What's wrong? Why the blank stare? Oh, nothing. We've searched the house. This is the last room. It looks like he eluded us. Edgeworth. Yes? As far as clues go, I think this is about all I'm going to get. But I'm still short on one last thing. And what's that? Miss Sakila. If I could just find out what secret she's holding, then I think I could stand a chance in court tomorrow. To blow this case wide open and expose the truth. I think I know what you're thinking. I'll contact the detention center. Thanks, Edgeworth. Well, let's get going, pearls. It's time to open that last lock. March 22nd, detention center, visitors room. Good evening, Mr. Wright. What's wrong? You look ill. Miss Andrews? I've come to remove your psyche lock. Psyche lock? I want to know, and you will tell me. Your secret. Fine, go ahead. Try to break me if you can. You're trying to use... Are you trying to help Matt? Or help or hurt Matt? Man, you saying I was taking revenge? What is that? An absurd idea. I don't have anything to take revenge for. Miss Andrews, a woman who lives by people. Okay. Oh no. Celeste? There's only one catalyst that could be... That one catalyst that could use such strong feelings. And even revenge. And that's Miss Impact's suicide. What are you trying to say? Celeste was Juan's manager, okay. Yeah, I mean, you have some relationship to Miss Impact and her suicide. Can you explain to me the relationship between Celeste and Matt? Oh, shoot! I didn't... Okay. This was a photo of Miss Impact, correct? She looks like she looks younger than when she passed away, though. With love, Celeste. This is Miss Impact's handwriting, isn't it? Where did you find this? No, alright. That was a rhetorical question. Yeah, it is. I found this at Mr. Ngarde's mansion. And after all this time, the last remaining secret has been revealed. Celeste. She was supposed to get married to Juan. Yes, but I heard that it didn't work out. Because Mr. Cordalda didn't want to get married to her anymore, right? Yes, because of Matt. Because of Mr. Ngarde? What do you mean? I think I can see where this is going. Celeste, she was Matt's manager a long time ago. She was the happiest woman in the world at the time. I was working part-time back then, and I often saw the two of them together. That's why, with love, Celeste is written on the frame of that picture. They were a couple, weren't they? It wasn't anything splendid as that. Celeste was being toyed with until she was thrown away. That's horrible. That's so horrible. Matt's entire image was built on how nice and wonderful of a man he is. A scandal would have destroyed that. Which is why Celeste, in her kindness, moved over to Worldwide Studios. And that's where she met Juan. She seemed really happy with him, even happier than she was with Matt. Celeste and Juan were such a good match. They were even planning to get married. And then, it was suddenly called off. On the night Juan called off their marriage off, Celeste, she killed herself. And that's why I framed Matt. It was for revenge of Celeste and for myself. I'm sure even you can guess why Juan called the wedding off, right? Matt confessed to Juan about his relationship with Celeste. I see. So that's what happened. But then why did Mr. Cordalde have to call off the wedding? I don't understand that at all. It was probably because of his worthless male pride. Juan and Matt were always fierce rivals. Matt waited for the wedding announcement and then unleashed the truth to Juan. He was aiming for when it hurt Juan the most. Poor Miss Impact. That wasn't the end of it. That day, I'm almost certain that Celeste left a suicide note behind. And in that note, she left a detailed account of Matt's vicious misdeeds and that way she would never again be hurt by Matt. She chose to die. Then, when Juan discovered the body, he hid her note. But why would he do that? It's simple. Juan realized that the note was a powerful weapon against Matt, and it would be especially damaging to his refreshing and like a spring breeze image. In any case, with his pride hurt, Juan sought revenge. Revenge. There's that word again. Juan wanted to publicly disclose all the contents of that suicide note. At a time that would cause Matt the most damage, of course. And that was at the press conference after the stage show. I know all about it because I heard it from Juan. It was so that I could find out. It was so I could find out about all of that I drew close to Juan to begin with. They're quite a pair of hideous monsters, aren't they? Even Celeste's death was something for them to use in their game. That night, when I found Juan's body, it was the only natural that I thought the murderer of Matt. Those two were always spying on one another after all. As for me, I was frantically searching for Celeste's suicide notes. I wanted to destroy it before it ever went to public. I was going to burn it. I even brought a lighter. But I couldn't find the suicide note, and that's when revenge crossed my mind. Yes, I was going to bring them to my own... Yes, I was going to bring them my own cruel revenge. Celeste was killed by those two monsters. So when I stabbed Juan's body with that knife, I didn't feel a single shred of guilt. And that's all I have to say. Well, Mr. Wright, even knowing all of this, are you gonna still help that man? I'm a lawyer. I see. What a foul profession. Thank you very much for your time and talking with me. It was no big deal. I couldn't sleep anyways. I can't sleep either. That was my situation. Or was what I know now. Yes, we are saving. Holy crap, that was a lot of info dump. Okay, let's get some music and we're taking another break. Wait. How did I get into this mess? That's far enough. You can't run forever, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What have I done wrong? I can't allow you to go on like this. But I'm just a simple defense attorney. Silence! You are no longer worthy of your title. I had this dream before someplace, some time ago. As if this day was written into my destiny. Today, I'll stand in court as a lawyer to prove a killer innocent. March 23rd, 9:43 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. I'm gonna leave you guys with the Seal Samurai as we go take another break. So make sure you get up, get dressed. Wait, get dressed. What is this? It's 9:40. It's like 9:50 p.m. Make sure to get up, get some stretching, get something to eat. Why am I saying something to eat? So it's 10 p.m. Basically get up, take a break, because I will be doing the same thing. So yeah, enjoy the Steel Samurai music for like the next 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. Beep. Hello? This is Phoenix, right? You don't look so well, dude. You're gonna prove me not guilty today, right? You really had to call me? If you please, Mr. Lawyer. Remember, it's not just me, your precious friend Slit is writing on today's verdict too. Now listen up. You better get in guard a guilty sentence, okay? You get that creepy slime bag not guilty, I'll never forgive you. Ever! Maya. Phoenix. Mia! Maya! How's Maya? I don't know. You don't know? She hasn't tried channeling me since yesterday. Mia. What am I supposed to do? Well, like I said, for a lawyer, the worst of times when you are having to force your biggest smiles. But you can't give up. There's still some hope left. Stop it, please. There's nothing left. Not here. Not anywhere. Ah! Is that a curse on Augury again? Beep. Will you leave me alone? Look! Don't call me anymore! I mean it! You're really mean, pal. Sorry, Gumshoe! Ah! Gumshoe! I'm really sorry. Where are you? They let me join the investigation team while we're chasing after the killer, pal. Then you have some sort of lead. Sorry, but right now we got zero leads on the guy. But we're not going to give up. Gumshoe. Until the trial is over, until the verdict is handed down, we're going to do everything we can to find the killer. If we can get Maya out, then get Ngarde the guilty verdict he deserves, pal. That's true. I could do that if they found Maya first. You got that? So you have to do whatever you can to make this trial last longer. I have to make the trial last longer? If you got Mr. Edgeworth... If you go at Mr. Edgeworth with everything you got, then you too can draw it out. Oh, now I get it. I believe in you, pal. You and Mr. Edgeworth can do it. So, believe in us. We're going to give it our all we got, just like you. Got it. Thanks, Gumshoe. Hey, Phoenix. You understand now, don't you? You have something money will never be able to buy. Friendship. It's the strongest weapon in the world. It's the strongest weapon in the world, and you have it in abundance. Yeah! We have more than 2 friends! And one of them's an 8-year-old! One of them is an 8-year-old! Who can chill my chief! Looks like we're coming to the end. I have to make the trial last as long as I can. Gumshoe comes through. I know it. March 23rd, 10 a.m. District Court. Courtroom number 3. Court is now in session for the trial of Ngarde. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Now, as I recall, we concluded yesterday's session with a big mystery on our hands. The mystery being what exactly Miss Andrian's role was in this murder. That's to say, she really is connected to this crime itself. Mr. Edgeworth, if you would please inform the court on today's proceeding. Andrian Andrews. She forged evidence that threw suspicion onto Ngarde, and then proceeded to escape the crime scene by wearing the nickel samurai costume. The guilt of these actions is which she cannot escape. Then you're saying that she is guilty after all. I'm not finished, Your Honor. Miss Andrews has nothing to do with committing the actual murder. I would like to direct the court's attention to this card. What is that? It looks like a shell. This is the calling card of a certain assassin. Assassin, you say? Yes, Juan Cordelia was killed by a professional assassin. And that person who hired that assassin, his client, so to speak, is Mangarde. What a surprising turn of events! I would like to think it's become commonplace by now, Your Honor. I know what's going on in this time, so I know what everything Edgeworth has to say is true. But we're still have to hold us all as long as we can. At least until Maya's safe and sound. I wonder how the trial will turn out today. Now then, please call it your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls the defender's mentor, Mr. Will Powers, to the stand. Now then, witness, your name and occupation, please. Okay. I'm, Will Powers. I'm a poor, underpaid action star. And what's your relation to the defendant? Well, I guess I'm sort of a lousy mentor to him, in a way, yeah. Mr. Powers, please, you don't need to put yourself down so much. Sorry. Well, but I'm just kind of a guy, a sort of nothing guy. On the night of the murder, you visited the defendant's room. Is this correct? Yes. I didn't know that. But, you know, I didn't actually get to see Matt when I went. All you need to do is answer what you're asked. Help us draw this out. Now then, I would like you to please testify about when you went into Mr. Ngarde's room. Okay, sure. So I've definitely got to be pressing everything to make things go out longer. We need to draw everything out. So that means fuck a lot of prep. Also, fuck the notes. I think I just got the piece of paper ripped out. Also, now I have nothing to throw when we get the guilty verdict. Actually, we don't have like a celebration toy for when we get a guilty verdict because we never had to get a guilty verdict before. Fuck the notes. We don't need them in this case. All we have to do is draw everything out and then tell the defendant and then go, Your Honor, my client is guilty. And then everything will be gung-ho from there. After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. He was talking with someone. At first, I thought it was the bellboy. I watched the two of them for a while, but then I gave up and went back. I had guests with me that night. I couldn't make them wait for me. Nothing sounds out of place in Mr. Powers' testimony. And talking with the bellboy is no big deal. If one assumes that person in Garde was speaking boy was an ordinary bellboy, what are you implying? Well, Mr. Wright, let's have your cross-examination, shall we? Looks like we're in another sticky situation. Huh? A trap. Can you smell it, Phoenix? But for us to find more, we just have to charge in first, right? After the award ceremony, I went by myself to Matt's room. The defendant's room. Why did you go there? Well, I'm his mentor, like a big brother, sort of. And I wanted to say congrats. What's wrong? Why did you stop? Mr. Wright. What is it? You're going to try to trick me into a corner, aren't you? No, I'm just pressing you for time. You know, I'm just trying to draw this out as long as possible. So I'm just pressing you. Huh? I know I'm just a poor underpaid action star, but I'm not the killer. You said that when you weren't actually accused of murder. No one said you were, Mr. Powers. No, please, don't trick me. Every time you do your lawyer's thing, the witness suddenly turns into the bad guy. That only happened, like... Okay, that's fair. It happened every time. But hey, I got you a not guilty verdict. So, Powers, shut the fuck up. Every time? Witness? I will personally talk to the defense at a later time. Yeah, after the trial, because, you know, we gotta talk about things after the trial. So for now, please kindly cooperate and continue with your testimony. Edward, shut up and let us talk! No, we need to press for time! So sorry. So, you went to the defendant's room, and then... Hey, wait a minute. How did I suddenly get turned into the bad guy here? Matt was standing there in front of his rooms. It's still in his nickel samurai costume. Are you sure that was Matt and Garnet? Yeah, I'm sure. He wasn't wearing the nickel samurai mask then. If that's the case, then he really can't be mistaken. And? What was the defendant doing, standing in front of his own room? He was talking with someone. At first I thought it was the bellboy. At first? What do you mean by that? Well, he was in a bellboyish uniform, and he had a bottle of juice on a tray. Sounds like an ordinary bellboy to me. Yeah, but I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. And why was that? Why do I think that, Mr. Haight? How am I supposed to know? Sorry, but I can't remember right now. Sorry. I guess I'm gonna have to wait patiently on this one. I watched the two of them for a while, then I gave up and went back. You saw the two of them, the bellboy and the defendant, together, correct? Yeah! This bellboy just wanted to say congrats! Now, while you were watching the two of them, did you notice anything strange? You know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because of Matt. Well, he gave a bellboy a tip. A tip? That's a perfectly normal thing to do. So how long did you watch the two of them? Not more than a minute or two, I think. I had guests with me that night, and I couldn't make them wait for me. So who are these guests you are talking about? You guys, of course! You and Maya and Little Pearl! I thought it would be really rude since I invited you guys if I disappeared on you. So I went back to my seat pretty soon after seeing Matt in the hallway. This is like squeezing water from a stone. It's probably pointless to press further. Do you remember this incident? Did Mr. Powers leave his seat that night? I don't remember that happening at all. Maya was making such a racket in her hyper state. I ended up focusing on her. I see. In any case, from his story, he probably wasn't gone very long. I have an idea, but I'm gonna save just in case I'm wrong. Nope. did not mean to hit for either. What happens when we press this one again? At first, what do you mean by that? I didn't think he was a normal bellboy. And why was that? Why did I think that, Mr. Wright? How am I supposed to know? Hey, wait a second. Actually, Mr. Powers, only a few minutes ago, you stated... you know, I did feel something weird. I think it was because of Matt. Well, he gave that bellboy a tip. Could it be that you felt something strange about that tip-giving incident itself? Ah! Yeah, that's it! You really know your job! Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor? This bellboy, he wasn't an ordinary one, was he? Perhaps we should let the witness tell us. Very well. Mr. Powers, please amend your testimony. You mean about the bellboy, right? Matt gave the bellboy a tip. So he gave the bellboy a tip. What's so strange about that? Well, you see, Matt's not a poor penny pincher like me. I wasn't trying to figure out how much... I was trying to figure out how much it was, because the tip really shocked me. How much was it? But that's when something even more surprising happened. The bellboy was putting the tip he got in his pocket. And that's when I got my first good look at the guy's face. I was really shocked. I'm afraid I don't follow at all. It sounds like Mr. Power was surprised twice by this event. I wonder which of his shocking moments I should ask about. Let's ask about the tip. The defendant is a huge star. He can afford to give generous tips, wouldn't you agree? Sure. But giving him that much was maybe a little too much, I think. A little too much. Would you please clarify to the court about how much you would say the defendant gave to the bellboy? Honestly, I don't know. I can't even begin to guess. And why is that? Because he gave the bellboy a really, really fat roll of cash. A roll of cash?! Ah, well, how interesting. That certainly was a very generous tip, wasn't it? A very fat roll of cash. That can hardly be called a tip, Your Honor. The judge is beginning to look awfully suspicious of us. When in doubt, raise an objection! The defense is a superstar. The defendant is a superstar. That kind of tip is typical for a for far typical fare for people like him. Are you saying that all superstars are super spenders? If I could receive a large roll of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth why would I be standing around here prosecuting? He's got a point. I don't even get paid, let alone rolls of cash for all my hard work. Supposing that roll of cash was not a tip, then what was it? Payment, Your Honor. Should have done this. Should have done the bellboy's face. Payment? Isn't it obvious for the murder of Juan Cartala? Then the bellboy witness saw the... Yes, he was the assassin. Hold your horses now, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't have any proof of this, do you? Have I ever been unprepared to support my claims, Your Honor? I have here the card that Shelley the killer left at the scene of the crime. Shelley the killer? He's the person the police investigation team has been chasing for ages. I'm certain that the person the witness saw was this very assassin, Shelley the killer. Really? What's wrong, Mr. Powers? No, nothing. Something just clicked in my head and I think I figured something out. Oh. Actually, I saw the bellboy again later on that night. What?! Wait! Powers was with us! Powers was with us when Maya got the call. Well, when Maya got the call. Also, it sounded kind of suspicious that Maya got a call. Like, we're her only friend. Mr. Powers, please tell us what you saw. Yes, sir, right away. The second time. This time I was in that hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And that's when the bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Of course, when I said room, I meant Juan Cortala's room. Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin. I'm sure of it. I mean... Thank you very much. That is all we need for now. Huh? But I'm not done. You're still more. Let us first establish that the bellboy was truly Mr. the Killer, and then we shall see. So the bellboy came out of the victim's room. And if that bellboy really was the assassin, then I think the answer is fairly obvious. That would be correct, Your Honor. Well, Mr. Wright, I believe it's your turn to entertain us and make us laugh. I'm just pressing... We just need time. Ha 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 ha! This is no laughing matter. Hey, I'm just pressing time here, Mia. Your sister's on the line here. This time I saw the bell. I was in the hallway because I had to go to the bathroom. And what time was it? Well, I don't remember. The award ceremony ended around 8 p.m., right? And I went to mat rooms pretty soon after that. And then I came back. And then I went to the bathroom. So I guess maybe it was around 8:10 by that time. You're not one for details, are you, Mr. Powers? Sorry. I thought I could maybe catch Matt saying my congrats. And that's when the bellboy I saw earlier came out of the room. Are you sure it was the same bellboy? Yeah. And how could you tell? All the bellboy wears is the same. All the bellboys wear the same uniform after all. But you see, well, he had those stitches on his face. So I'm sure it was the same guy that was talking to Matt. So which room did the bellboy come out of? Of course, when I say room, I meant in Juan's room. Shoot, I meant to press that. The victim's room, huh? Yeah. That's the one with all the pretty flowers and the teddy bears. It was Juan's room, alright. Words cannot describe how screwed I am. I just need to buy time. That's all we need, Phoenix. Let's continue with the testimony, shall we? Now that I think about it, that bellboy did seem kind of out of place. So what exactly was out of place about him? Right. Why the insidious grin? Maybe because I had no idea what damaging thing he's gonna say next. Well, the boy betrayal was empty-handed. Empty-handed? That bellboy was one of those room service people, right? But when he wasn't pushing a cart, he wasn't holding a tray either. You'd call that a little strange too, wouldn't you? I agree. That is a bit strange, Mr. Powers. But this is really unusual. But is it really that unusual for a bellboy to be empty-handed? What should I do? Should I let Mr. Powers' testimony slide, or try to pull a fast one? There's nothing strange or unusual about an empty-handed bellboy. But really, there is. There really isn't. If you two are done being school children, bellboys are for room service. There's no reason for them to be empty-handed, ever. Your Honor, I ask that the witness to a previous statement be supplanted with this new one. Edgeworth. Are you going to do whatever you can to make this bellboy look suspicious? I see. Very well. The court recognizes and grants the prosecution's request. Mr. Powers, if you can amend your testimony, please. Yes, sir. I thought it was kind of strange that the bellboy come out of the gas rooms empty-handed. So you're saying that it's suspicious for him to be empty-handed? Yeah, really suspicious. I mean, when I first saw that bellboy, he was holding a tray in his hand. There was a bottle of juice and a wine glass on it. Juice? What kind of juice was it? I'm pretty sure it was tomato juice. If we could come up with some reason why he would be come out empty-handed, some sort of proof, then I think we can dodge a bullet on this one for now. Proof, huh? Sounds like another job for the court records. Wine glass! With tomato juice in it. Yeah, so he had to be the assassin. I'm sure of it. Please don't be so quick to judge. Ah, but that's the kind of power families think. Think every person as a thief. Well, I guess a thief and an assassin are both sneaky and silent. That's not the point, Phoenix. In any case, if that bellboy was the assassin, it would be very bad for us. But he really is the assassin, you know? Yes, but you can't give in yet. You want to prolong this trial for as long as possible. You're going to have to pull a cheap trick on this one. I know exactly what to do, but I'm gonna say it just in case I'm wrong. I was right! Mr. Powers? Yes? You're easily influenced by other people's words, aren't you? As soon as you heard that the bellboy might have been a killer, you got caught up in believing it must be true. But, isn't he really suspicious? He's got all those stitches and... So? A baseball has stitches. Are you saying that all baseballs are suspicious because they have stitches? Nope. Well, there's also... I mean, what about him being empty-handed? I would like to ask the court to please take a look here. This is the crime scene. There's a wine glass sitting next to Mr. Cotella's body. The liquid inside this glass is tomato juice. And now, if you would like to look at what's on top of the table in the lower right-hand corner here. Anyone can clearly see that it's a tray with a bottle of tomato juice on it. The bellboy had just brought this to Mr. Cotella's room. He left the tray in the room, which is why he was empty-handed when he left. Ah! But that would mean the bellboy had seen and left a dead body in the room. Ah! But I can prove that Mr. Cotella was already dead at that time. But can you prove that Mr. Cotella was already dead at that time? Mr. Edgeworth? Yes? I blame you for leading me down this route! I'm terribly sorry. What is with him? Why is he laughing? Witness? Is there one more thing you would like to share with us? Is there? The bellboy was empty-handed. Or should I say, empty-handed. I recall you said something interesting about his hands. Oh yeah! I almost forgot. Huh? What? That bellboy, he was wearing gloves. Gloves? Yeah, pitch black, leather ones. All the other bellboys don't wear gloves like that, right? Black leather gloves. Why didn't you mention them earlier? Sorry, it slipped my mind. Ha! Boy, this makes the bellboy look really suspicious. Alright, gotta focus. Can't get lax here. So what if he had gloves? All our bellboys wear gloves. Come on, Mr. Right. That bellboy was wearing black leather ones. So? A football is made of leather. Leather. Are you saying that all footballs are suspicious because they are made of leather? Go. But that man, he received a large roll of cash from the defendant. And then he's seen leaving the crime scene wearing black leather gloves. I don't think even someone like myself can believe he's just another bellboy. It seems that we have finally come to an understanding. Now then, witness, please continue with the rest of your testimony. The rest? Oh yes, please tell us more. Okay! After leaving Juan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. He gave something to the person inside the room. Then the old guy just left, without even going into the room. After that, I went to the bathroom and went back to my seat. So the bellboy, after leaving the crime scene, went to the defendant's room? Yeah, I kind of saw that, but all by accident. Some accident. I'd say you saw too much. And all of it was suspicious to the high heavens. I think it's safe to say that we can no longer consider this bellboy to be normal. Now then, let's get started, shall we, Mr. Wright? Your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. After leaving Swan's room, the bellboy went and knocked on Matt's door, just like that. Is that what you said? Is that what you saw while you were busy spying? Excuse me? I may be poor, underpaid action star, But even I wouldn't stoop to spying. Well, I think the point is that where did you watch this all from, Mr. Powers? Oh, from the door of the bathroom with my left eye in and sort of sneaky, spy-like. I knew he was spying. Please, does it really matter if he was doing it over or underhandedly? What did the bellboy do next? That's all I care to know. He gave something to the person inside the room. I said, hold it! Okay. That's better. What kind of statement is that? Please elaborate us and give us a few more details. Oh, okay. I should probably ask him one more question at this time. So who took this something the bellboy handed off? Actually, I don't know. What do you mean? I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. Only an arm? Then you're saying you didn't see the person's face? Yeah. Well, was it Mr. Engarde's room, correct? So, it could have only been Mr. Engarde himself, I would say. And then, what did the bellboy do after that? Oh. So after he gave the person inside the room the thing, then the old guy just left without even going into the room. Where did this bellboy go after he left Mr. Engarde's room? He opened the door to Valhalla Hill. Went into there. And who knows after that, right? I do. Oh. After that room, we went back to my seat. Did you see anything strange, suspicious, or any out of the ordinary at that time? Oh yeah, I saw that one thing. What? I saw something else. There was this jittery alien with a ray gun. It was watching Juan's door like some sort of stalker. I think we can forget about the alien. Well, Mr. Powers' testimony is was just as vague as his first. It's a little troublesome, isn't it? But I'm sure if you press him enough, everything will become clearer. Although, it just makes it harder on us, doesn't it? Ugh, talk about lose-lose situation. I said hold it! He gave something to this person. Yeah! And what was this something? Ha 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 ha. If I remember what it was, I wouldn't be calling it a something, would I? But this implies that something was removed from the scene of the crime. Are you sure you can really remember? You really can't remember, Mr. Powers. I think it was something kind of small. I would like to summarize the testimony up to this point, if you don't mind. When the bellboy left the scene of the crime, he immediately went to the defendant's room. There, he handed a small item to some sort to the person inside. As for the person who received this item, all you could see was the person's arm. Yes, it was just like that, Mr. Edgeworth. Is all of this really important? Of course, Your Honor. I think it's of utmost importance. This is when whatever was removed from the crime scene was handed over to the client. Mr. Powers, please try to remember what the bellboy handed off. Well, let's see. I think it was no. If you remember, please add it to your testimony. Yes, sir. If I saw it again, I could say for sure, but some sort of wooden statue. I don't need to press. A wooden bear-shaped figurine. It's covered in many thin cuts. of that pregnant pause! Where did that objection come from? Well, speak up. It was me, Your Honor. What is it, Phoenix? I have a feeling that something bad's gonna happen once I show this. Mr. Wright, if you have something to say, please spit it out. Yes, Your Honor. Okay, Phoenix, deep breath. Mr. Powers? The something you saw, wasn't this item? Oh, hey! That's it! That's the something! Wow, Mr. Wright, you really figured it out! I recall we found this at Matt and Garday's mansion. At the defendant's house? What does this mean? It's simple, Your Honor. Shelley the killer assassinated Juan Cotella in his room. And he stole this wooden bear from the scene of the crime. Then, the bear being found at Mr. Ngarde's mansion would mean... It goes without saying, Your Honor. Mr. Ngarde is the killer's client. Order! Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, this is the most unfortunate turn of events for you. Yeah, you don't know the half of it. Sorry, Mia. No, it's alright. Your judgment was sound. Actually, I figured the bear would come up. If not now, then it would have been later on. Even if you hadn't showed it to the court, I'm sure your friend Edgeworth would have. Ah, I almost forgot that he knew about it too. I think it's clear that there's no need for us to continue this trial. I can't let this happen. I have to do something. There has to be something we overlooked. Your Honor! A minute, please! Yes, Mr. Wright? There's still a few points we have left that we have not fully explored. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright, what questionable point would you like to explore further? I can save here, right? Yes, I can. Awesome. Powers testimony! Mr. Powers' testimony, of course. Huh? I know that my testimony was kind of shaky, but... Your answer really surprised me, Mr. Wright. We have already clarified all questionable points during the cross-examination just now. Wasting time like this, calling the testimony questionable? I'd say it's your head that's questionable here. That's enough. This court sees no reason to prolong the trial, nor is there any more time to decide this case defense defendant. Okay, this court. Okay, yeah, yay! He's guilty, but I can't. And this is why we save people. The person who received the bear. There's one thing in Mr. Powers' testimony that was very unclear. And that's the identity of the person who received the bear. He gave something to the person inside the room. I'm sorry, but I only saw the person's arm. As long as we don't know who it was that took the bear, we can't be sure of. Ah! What? Powers? Are you trying to make me look bad? I was your client once! I was your lawyer once! What is it, Mr. Powers? If you're gonna scream like that, you better give us a good reason why. Yeah. Sorry. Actually, so I remembered. I remembered who took the bear. What? Really? I mean, I only saw his arm. But the arm. It was the Nickel Samurai's arm. I swear it! You gotta be kidding! Are you sure of that, Mr. Powers? Yeah, I'm sure it was the Nickel Samurai. Order! Order! It looks like you have dug your own grave. Yet again. How many times is that today? I've lost count. So the person who took this bear was the Nickel Samurai. And as long as we know Matt and Garde is the Nickel Samurai. Thanks to the defendant, we have made that all clear. What am I supposed to do now, Mia? Help! You don't have time to act lost. You've got to find another angle to attack from. Hurry. Now I will bring this cross-examination to— Hold it! Your Honor! Again, Mr. Wright. We've already removed any and all questionable areas of this testimony. It's about time you were removed from this court, Mr. Wright. I have to find something. Even one little point will do. There are other questions left unanswered. What are you trying to pull? Oh, well, we can't have that. Alright, Mr. Wright. What questionable point would you like to explore further? I think it's fairly obvious that the bear itself is very questionable. The bear, Mr. Wright? This was found in Matt and Garde's mansion. However, Mr. Garde was arrested at the hotel that night, which means since the murder occurred, he had not had the chance to go home. Oh. I think Your Honor has already figured out what I'm trying to say. It's not possible that Matt and Garde, who took this bear to his mansion. Why? That's very true. We didn't consider that point, Mr. Wright. There was no way, time-wise, the defendant to have taken this bear home. Phew! Disaster averted. Look. You haven't gotten the best of me yet, Mr. Wright. Huh? I remembered it clear as day. I remember what you muttered to yourself at Ingarde's mansion. We have the area completely surrounded. There's no way for him to escape. I can't believe it. That butler, all this time, was the killer. The killer and Ingarde were working together, so to speak. And the killer was hiding at Ingarde's mansion as its butler. Fuck! What a bold move. The bear figurine was brought back to Ingarde's mansion by the killer himself. When it looked like he was about to be arrested, Ingarde had him do so. I assumed it would have been bad if the police had found that during their investigation. Fuck, we dug our own grave! Ow! Well, Mr. Wright, you've been quiet for a while now. This is too much. Is there anything I can attack at all? I think we've heard enough. We now know why this bear figurine was at the defendant's mansion, as well as who it was that received the bear from the assassins in his room. Everything has become very clear. The client who hired the assassin committed the murder was Mr. Matt Ingarde. I see no reason for this trial to continue. Therefore, I will hand down my verdict. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you for understanding. You see, Mr. Wright, you couldn't win it. You could not win against the truth, could you? I knew it would turn out like this way. After all, what Edgeworth has stated is the truth. Any last objections, Mr. Wright? Well, do I? What should I do? When in doubt, raise an objection! I will not— Objection! There's only one way for me to drag this trial out. The only thing I have is one dirty trick. Your Honor, right now we have these two reasons to believe my client is the assassin's client. The reason number one, he accepted the bear figurine from the assassin. Reason number two, that very same figurine was found at Ngarde's mansion. However, it's possible that this is all the work of a certain other person. What are you saying? What I'm saying is, it's possible that a different person is the killer's real client. Sorry, Andrews. Yes. Tisk, tisk. Is this all you have? Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your theory. Who do you say the killer's real client, and therefore the real murderer? I'm sorry, Andrews. Adrian Andrews? Yes, you already know that she tried to frame Matt and Ngarde for the crime. By wearing the spare nickel samurai costume. Ah! Then the nickel samurai's arm that I saw could have been very well been Miss Andrews. But what about Mr. Ngarde? If you would please recall yesterday's testimony. The defendant was taking a nap during the break period. That's right. Then, finding this figurine I bet in Ngarde's mansion was a well-laid trap set by Miss Andrews. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion on this? I can't even begin to count the flaws in the defense's logic. Besides which, there are no evidence to support it. However, I can't fully discount its possibility either. What's with this trial? Come on, can anyone can tell Ngarde did it. I can't believe the defendant was good this far to pin the guilt on someone else. Yeah, unbelievable! It's not something petty, it's something murder. This is to save Maya. This is to save Maya. Even if the whole world turns against me, this one fight I can't give up on. Order! Order! All disruptive parties will be forced to leave the courtroom. Your Honor? For the benefit of the defense, I am willing to play along with his what-if game. His what-if game, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution is prepared to challenge the defense's theory. Excellent. Mr. Wright? Even you must have thought it strange and wondered. Why would the criminal want this little wooden bear? He's right. The killer did specially bring that bear to Ngarde right away. Why do you ask? Is there something special about it? Absolutely. And I'm sure that's what... And that once the court knows its significance, it's the true killer's identity will become crystal clear. Your Honor, the prosecution calls upon the witness who will clear all doubts against Miss Andrews. And who would that be? It's quite simple, Your Honor. Miss Adrian Andrews herself. I'm sorry, Andrews. You don't know the half of it, why I'm framing you here. Again. You don't understand the half of it. There's only 3 people in this courtroom who know why I have to do what I do. I'm sorry, Judge. I'm sorry I can't tell you. Well then, the court will take a short 10-minute recess. The prosecution will prepare its witness in that time. Yes, Your Honor. March 23rd, 11:54 a.m. in District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 3. Ha ha ha! Oh, I knew it was a good idea to hold her hostage. Didn't you agree, Mr. Lawyer? But I never thought in your desperation you'd try to pin the guilt on Adrian. I swear this demon will pay. Mr. Nick! Pearls, where's Maya? I don't know. Yeah. A really strong power suddenly called her away. A really strong power. Oh, Mr. Nick, your phone is... It's from Gumshoe. How's it going? Have you been hanging in there, pal? Yes, sort of. We just barely found something to latch onto. Phew, that's good, pal. And what about you? Anything yet? Have you figured out what the killer in my are? We still don't have any leads, but... What? We don't have any more time. If we just had one, even a single clue would be fairly helpful. I was only able to come this far because I kept thinking to myself, I gotta keep the trial going until Maya's been rescued. But have I just run out of luck this time? Is all our hope for naught? A tent. Huh? A tent? I could see a circus tent. Mia! It looks like Mia was unconscious until just a few minutes ago. As soon as she woke up, she called for me. So it was Maya that called you away. She's locked in a dusty little room right now. But I could see a circus tent outside the window about 300 feet away. Gumshoe! There's a circus in town. There's a circus in town right now. There's only one, pal. The Big Berry Circus. Maya's somewhere within a 300-foot radius of the main tent. What? Okay, hold on a second, pal. Hey, draw a circle on that map, about 300-foot radius from the main tent, hurry! And? I could see a mailbox under the window just outside. Gumshoe, there's also a mailbox. Okay, what else? What else, Mia? I'm sorry, but that's all very small. It was all a very small window. I couldn't see anything else. I felt like I was in an old office building. Maybe the third floor or so. I heard her! An old office building. Good stuff, pal! Okay, just hang in there. A little longer, pal. Wish us luck. Good luck. I'll call you later. Don't let your battery die, okay, pal? Mia, Maya's not hurt, right? She's in a pretty bad state, Phoenix. She's been starved. Gumshoe, please hurry. We're gonna take her out for pizza after this. Looks we're out of time. Are you alright, Phoenix? It's only a matter of time before Maya's rescued. I can do this. I just have to make this trial last a little longer. March 23rd, 12:05 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 3. Court will now reconvene. The killer, the man who murdered the victim, handed this to the client. From this, the obvious question arises: why this particular item? I believe the answer to that question will provide us with the name of the real culprit. Now then, the prosecution calls the defendant's manager, Adrian Andrews, to the stand. Currently, the witness is accused of tampering and is obstructing of justice. However, you have been called to the witness stand today to ascertain who exactly is guilty of murder. I understand. Very good. Now, have you ever seen this bear before, Miss Andrians? Of course I have. You have seen it before? That's right. It's the only natural that the witness has. Miss Adrian Andrews, could you please enlighten the court to this bear's secret? Alright. Why does she... Actually, this was an elaborate puzzle. If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. Its center is a small cavity, which is just enough room to store a small item. Because of its complexity, if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. You really can't tell that small jewelry box You can't really tell that it's just a small jewelry box by looking at it. So this is a figurine? It's a container of sorts, is it? Yes, looks can be deceiving, wouldn't you agree? You know, we've been over this judge. If you've been the judge every time, because I don't think there's a subplex of judges, and I think because the judge doesn't change personality, so I think it's the same judge every time. Judge, please. My voice is killing me here. This is all for Maya. Yes. That's superb craftsmanship. Oh, yes. I nearly forgot. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Looks like there really was something to bear after all. Boo! Actually, this is an elaborate puzzle. A puzzle? That's right. But it looks like an ordinary figurine. True enough. To people who don't know, I'm sure they'll never guess this was a puzzle. So what kind of puzzle is it exactly? If you know the correct order, it can be taken apart one piece at a time. So you can take it apart, and how would one go about doing that? Well, you first turn its tail to the right and then push it in. Oh, yes, I see. After that, the arms and legs are free to move and can be removed. Oh, it's almost interesting. A boy and his new toy. It's like he's 5 all over again. Oh, don't mind me. Go ahead and carry on. I think he's lost it. This is the most distracted I've ever seen the judge. So what do you find after taking the puzzle apart? At its center is a small cavity with enough room to store a small item. And how do you know about this? I know because I was the one who bought it. Huh? It was a souvenir for when a friend and I went to Switzerland. Then this was a present from you? That's right. It was a puzzle in the shape of a bear. I thought it would be perfect for Juan. So it was a present from Miss Andrews. Witness, let us continue with your testimony. Because of its complexity, you wouldn't know if you don't know the order, you can't open the bear. So who exactly knew how to solve this puzzle? Only the two of us, Juan and myself. It was a souvenir from Switzerland, so I doubt there was any people with the same bear in this country. But it looks like it can be easily broken, especially if someone wanted to get at its inside. Well, it's a toy. But it can never be the same once again. It's been broken. You really can't tell it's a small jewelry box by just looking at it. Who else knew that this bear was actually a small container, or jewelry box? I never told anyone. And as long as Juan never told anyone either, then only the two of us knew. Then the two of you, huh? Then of course that means that Mr. Andrade didn't know, right? I think this is about all I'm gonna get for now. Well, Mr. Wright, I think you even have come to realize that there's one very important fact we have covered, and this bear is actually a jewelry box. Now that we have agreed to this point, there's only one logical question that can come next, and that is, what's inside this box? What's inside? That's right. Well, we're gonna find out next, witness. That's what we're gonna find out next, witness. Yes? You're the only one who can open this. Please. There's a painful silence hanging over the courtroom. All eyes are on Miss Andrews now as she solves the puzzles and takes the bear apart. Quick! I opened it. Is this what you wanted? What's that? Like a note. I don't think we need to guess what that is, do we, Mr. Wright? Why didn't you think about checking that bear? It's the suicide note. The suicide note? The suicide note left by Juan Quintela's former manager, Celeste Pack. Until now, no one knew of its whereabouts. But just as we suspected, it was hidden. Hidden by the victim, Juan himself. It seems Celeste had a very beautiful. It seems that Celeste had very beautiful handwriting, and she's just beautifully signed her own name on this document. This is most definitely the note she left right before she committed suicide. Order! Well, witness, do you know about this? Yes, I did. I've heard all about it from Juan. When I discovered his body, I looked for the bear. I wanted to destroy the note before it became public, but I couldn't find it anywhere, because it has already been taken by the killer. Everything is going at Mr. Edgeworth's pace. So now that the suicide note has been found, what's the next logical question? What's written on the note? That's right. At least that's what I would think. Now then, I believe it's only appropriate. I believe it's only appropriate the contents of the note being made known. I can't stop you, can I? I went through so much just to get my hands on it. And then I was going to burn it. For her sake. I'm deeply sorry, but I can't allow you to persuade me to stop. Your Honor, if you could please read the contents of the note out loud. Very well. The judge's voice rang loud and clearly through the deathly silent courtroom. In her note, Celeste Pact left us all a record of what happened to her. About being used and then thrown away by Engarde. About being engaged to Quintela and Engarde's roles in destroying that. And about how she decided to, in her despair, to end it all. And that's all Miss Impact had to say. There's one thing I would like to say here. The prosecution has no interest in slandering Mr. Engarde. Then, what? Our intention, Your Honor, is to establish a motive for murder. Isn't that correct, witness? Yes. On the night of the murder, Juan was going to make the contents of the note public. After the post-ceremony show, he was going to hold a press conference. My word! Engarde values above all else his refreshing, like a spring breeze image. Which is why he had to stop the note from being made public. At any cost. It's Engarde's fault that woman killed herself. And this time, he went as far as to kill someone to stop him from revealing that. How terrible. What a selfish person! I guess there's a slimeball lawyer out there who will defend these creeps too. There's no room for doubt here. Mr. Tequila's client goal was to obtain his suicide note. And the only person who needed that note badly is the defendant. Let's not forget that bear that found the note inside the wound was in the defendant's house. It seems that we have come to the truth at last. The defendant's motives were entirely selfish. He deserves no sympathy from anyone. Am I supposed to escape from this one? Why the hesitation, Phoenix? Gumshoe hasn't called yet, so you know what you must do. I know, I have to carry on and buy him some more time. Okay, there's two deadly pieces of evidence. The figurine and the suicide note. Maybe somehow I can find a way out of the situation through one of those. The gravel is already in the judge's hand. Phoenix, hurry. The suicide note or the figurine? Which one should I pursue? We're gonna save here in case I fuck up. Her suicide note. Please wait, Your Honor. Oh man, look at that lawyer. He's still going at it. It's like he doesn't try to kill. It looks like he doesn't care that he's trying to get a killer off the hook. I think Your Honor believes that Mangarde killed in order to attain his note. Yes, that is correct. But that seems a little strange. In fact, I think there's a contradiction here. This note was hidden by Mr. Cortella until the night of the murder. If that is the case, I say that Mangarde could not have known what was written on this note. Oh, I didn't think of that way. And how would he know that it's in the bear? Exactly. But I did think of it that way. But I thought that was rather strange. No one in their right mind would have killed for a note without knowing it. Without first knowing what it said. Order! Order! Yes, you make a valid point, Mr. Wright. Mr. Edgeworth, what's your opinion? It was just a flash. But I think I did rather well on this one. Unfortunately, I think he believes differently. I believe a show of appreciation is in order. Huh? The defense seems to be in love with wishing more despair upon itself. I would like to direct the court's attention to this. What's that? It's a very small video camera, Your Honor. It's the type of camera it's commonly used as a means of spying. Spying? What the? I thought that spy camera was in my possession! Gumshoe! Mangarde and the victim both saw the other as their biggest rival. They even went so far to use this type of item to find each other's weaknesses. And the victim, Juan Cortella, was being spied on. His personal life was being watched by none other than Mangarde. Order! Order! Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? You don't tell me you knew about your client's spying activities? Well, sort of. Sort of an acceptable answer, Mr. Wright. I see you're confused, Mr. Wright. You're probably thinking, but I have the camera that was stuffed in the bear's eye. But this camera I have is not that same one. Last night, I searched the victim's house on a hunch. Using this. Gumshoe! Gumshoe's bug sweeper. By the way, Mr. Wright, the defendant's fingerprints were found on this camera. Ms. and Godrey's were on there? Well, Phoenix, it looks like those cameras were hiding all over the place, huh? What am I supposed to say that evidence? I think this is the end. It's fairly obvious that Mr. Ngarde learned of the suicide note through this. He was watching the victim all along. good this time. I don't have anything to counter that. Hey. Now what's that lawyer thinking? Mommy! Is that man the killer's got... Shush, stop. Don't look at him. There's a way he's sweating. Ew, it's nasty. Phoenix. Yes, Chief? Have you figured out what you're going to do next yet? What am I going to do next? Does running around sound like... Does running away like a frightened child work? I know it seems like Mr. Edwards is very close to putting the lid on this case, but his eagerness to prove his point, he's forgotten one very important thing. Well, what is it, Mia? There's a piece of evidence that he really should investigate. Something he should investigate. I would really hate to see the good prosecutor get scolded for not remembering to look into the item when he had the chance. Why are you speaking in riddles all of a sudden? Why do I have to figure this out? Mia, I don't know the answer! Alright, I think it's time we finally understand everything. Well, Mr. Wright, you don't have any further objections, do you? What is this piece of evidence that Maya is talking about? Can I figure out what it is while still needing to look, or should I let it all go? I think it's the Celeste photo. Objection! I have an objection, Your Honor. That was about the weakest objection I have ever heard, Mr. Wright. Objection! Your Honor! The defense has no intention of letting this go well so easily. You're beginning to sound desperate. That's just your imagination, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this is not like you at all. In your eagerness to prove your point, you've forgotten one very important thing. Hey, isn't that what I just said? So, you're telling me that I forgot something? You're so close, Mr. Edgeworth. But there's something you really should examine about this piece of evidence. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I do believe something special examination is needed. But I think the items should be examined as the defense's gray matter. Whoops! Shit! Sorry, Maya! Didn't get the call yet! And I forgot to save because I really thought that was the case. Objection, of course. Evidence. Objection! Let's save it here so that we don't have to do all that again. Is it the card? Wait. Nope. Nope. Wait. Identical. Nope. Is it the bear? Nope. I'm just trying anything at this point. Maybe? No. Nope. Is this Miss Impact's suicide note, right? Who knows? I mean, sure, this is a suicide note that was found inside the bear. But the bear was in my possession until only a few moments ago. Which means the handwriting on this suicide has yet to be analyzed. Oh, so as whether to pivotal piece of evidence is really written by Miss Impact or not has yet to even remotely be confirmed. Mr. Wright, you can't be seriously, Mr. Wright. You're saying the suicide note is a fake? Miss Andrews, you were the one who tried to pin the murder on Mr. Ngarde. Who said you didn't create a fake suicide note and put it into the bear? How dare you? Your Honor, the defense is indiscriminately accusing the witness again. There's no evidence linking the witness to the suicide note whatsoever. But if this is a fake, then the witness is the only person who could have written it. Made it. What? Recall the witness's testimony concerning this figurine. The only person other than the victim who could solve this puzzle was the witness herself. Ugh! Miss Andrews, you wrote this note, didn't you? You wrote it so you could use it to frame Matt and Garde. I didn't know such thing. Right. If you're going to pronounce the suicide note as a fake, then show the court some evidence to support your theory. Mr. Edgeworth, you were the one who presented this scrap of paper as evidence. That means the burden of proof relies with you, the prosecution. Ah! That's enough! Mr. Edgeworth, can you confirm the handwriting on the suicide note? As the defense stated, the handwriting has yet to be analyzed. If that is the case, it seems yet we have reached another point where the verdict is impossible. That's impossible! This isn't good, Phoenix. The judge is going to carry this trial over one more day. I don't think Maya will be physically able to take another day. I didn't want to have to do this, but I don't have a choice. I request both prosecution and defense further investigate. Handwriting and landslide my butt. That lawyer's just trying to buy more time. Our guy's guilty. Look, an idiot could tell you that. I think we've reached the end of the line. Guilty! 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 What is that sound? It's Gumshoe. Beep. Hello, Gumshoe? What is it with him? And what's with that sighing? Where's Maya? What happened to the killer? He got away. What? I'm sorry, pal. I really am. I don't know what to say besides I'm sorry. I wish there was some other way to make it up to you. I really do. Anyways, what's going on? We found his hideout, pal. But the two of them were already gone. This is terrible. I'm going to keep looking for them, pal. Don't you worry. I just need a little more time. But don't tell me we don't have any more. Guilty! 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 You hear that? They're calling for his head. Mr. Wright, I can't. And for all of us to come this far and... Oh! What is it? Let me talk to Mr. Edgeworth. I can't do that. Mr. Wright, would you please get a hold of yourself? Yes, Your Honor. That's the end of today's proceedings. You may take your phone calls after. Hold on, Your Honor. Edgeworth, catch! You gotta buy us more time. Court is in session. Beep. I'm sorry, Your Honor. You were saying? Mr. Wright, this is a court of law. I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I'm reluctant to do this. However, it appears that I have no choice but to suspend the proceeding until tomorrow. This time, I really can't do anything. Court is now adjourned for the day. What? I thought that was gonna come from Mia! Please wait, Your Honor. Edgeworth. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? I humbly request another 30 minutes of Your Honor's time. For what purpose? We can't perform the necessary test of... We can perform the necessary test on the piece of paper, the piece of evidence in that time. But can you really attain your results in 30 minutes? I believe we can, Your Honor. It wouldn't be... But wouldn't it be better if we adjourn for the day and reconvene tomorrow? 30 minutes, please, Your Honor. That's all I ask for. Please, Your Honor! Very well. At the prosecution's request, the court will now take a 30-minute recess. But advise I will not allow another recess today. I'm not sure if this is helping or hurting us. The court will now take its final recess of the day. March 23rd, 2:02 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 3. Right! Well, what's going on with Maya's situation? The killer. It looks like he got away again. 30 minutes. We can't find her in that time. Beep. Report! Ah! Is that Mr. Edgeworth? We don't have time. Spit it out. Just spit it out. We're right. It looks like we just missed him, sir. But the killer left a few things behind. By accident, he rushed to get away. A few things. Can we use any of them as evidence? Ho ho ho! I thought you'd ask, pal. I got the things he left with me right now, and I'm on my way over. Really? That's odd. Any items like that are usually sent to the crime lab first. We don't have time to wait for those guys, sir. And those guys weren't looking. I swiped the stuff and ran. What? Well, I'm not the detective anymore, so I had to. I'm really sorry, sir, but I got to put the law on hold for now. Sounds bad. I hope he doesn't get in too much trouble over this. Just in my junk car, I'll say I'll be there in about 20 minutes, sir. Don't worry, I'll be there. Wait for me. Alright. Just get here in one piece. I'm on a mission, and no one can stop me now, sir! No one! I'm pulling out the stops and running over every red light! Items left behind by the murderer, huh? Maybe there's something among them that will be decisive enough to end this. The fuck? Hey, what's wrong? Detective Gumshoe, answer me. No one can stop me. Beep, 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 beep. What happened? Sounded like he had an accident. I'm guessing his cell phone broke as well. What was he thinking? We gotta hurry and call for help. But we have no idea where he is. His cell phone is broken and he was driving a patrol car, so no radio either. Also, if we don't get a hold of those items before they do, the police will take possession of them. No! We can't let that happen! Well, if there's a way we can find out where he is, then we can stand a chance. Why did Gumshoe have to get in an accident now? Is there any way to find out exactly where he is at this moment? Francesca! Francesca had a tracking device on him! That's right! There is a way! What? How? I'm sure we can find out where Detective Gumshoe is through this. Oh, thank you, Francesca. Why are you bringing up Francesca at a time like this? Oh, I see. I'll try to get in contact with her. There's a chance. Chances are slim. But she's all we have. Francesca. Will she even want to help us? Edgeworth. What is it? I don't have rights to judge anyone ever again. I know my client is guilty. But what am I doing? What am I doing now? I'm pinning the guilt onto someone totally innocent and using evidence to do so. It might be my turn to say, Defense Attorney Phoenix Wright chooses death. Right. It doesn't suit someone like you to cry over useless tears. Whether you did your job well or not, that can only be seen after the verdict has been decided. The verdict. Is Prosecutor Edgeworth here? Yes, bailiff. There's a phone call for you, sir. They say it was extremely urgent. They're probably finished with the handwriting analysis. I have to go take this call. In the meantime, think hard about what you must do. Worth saving. I am not losing 5.5 hours of work over nothing. Okay, but I do need to get a drink, get more to drink, because god damn it. I am now out of water, basically. What does it mean to be a defense attorney? Okay, we are going to continue. We are going to take a break, though. Court will reconsume really quick. Alright, let's get this scumbag a guilty verdict. Cause either way, Maya's gonna be mad at us. No kidding. She'll live, I think. Francesca will understand what's going on. Hopefully. Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. I can understand the defense is acting like this. However, why do you seem so distraught, Mr. Edgeworth? It's nothing, Your Honor. What's wrong with Edgeworth? Looks like something unexpected just happened to him. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, if you could please tell us the court the results of the handwriting analysis on Ms. Impact's suicide note. Yes, Your Honor. Unfortunately, we have discovered that the suicide note is a forgery. What? What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? This was not written by Miss Impact herself. It is a fake. Order! Mr. Edgeworth, would you care to explain what's going on? If this was not written by Miss Impact, then who wrote it? We would need more time to do a detailed analysis, however. It appears that the handwriting matches that of the victims, Mr. Juan Cutela's. Mr. Geraldo's? Well. It looks like Miss Impact never left the suicide note after all. She never wrote anything about Engarde. However, Your Honor, even though the suicide note is indeed a fake, Mr. Engarde could not have known that, so the fact still remains unchanged. Acting under the assumption that it was real, he had plotted to possess it. That does sound very plausible. The theory that Engarde had no idea that suicide note was fake. Something seems a little wrong with it. Present evidence. The defense believes that the theory of the prosecution stated has contradicts testimony. If everything the prosecution has proven up to this point is true, then it's impossible for Mr. Engarde not to have known it was a fake. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, you respond. Okay, nope. Maybe? Nope. Trying to think real hard. No way possible. Maybe? Oh. What's this little item called again? A video camera, Your Honor. Well, a very small one, but... Oh, that's right, a camera! Ah, you kids and your fancy toys nowadays. Sir, we're 25. Mr. Edgeworth, earlier you claimed that Mr. Andrade knew the existence of this note because he was spying on the victim, is that right? If that were true, then it means Mr. Andrade would have known the victim had forged the note. Yeah! So then the defendant knew the suicide note was a fake? And if that's true, then the situation suddenly changed in a very dramatic way. Exactly, Your Honor. The prosecution's theory is as what Mr. Andrade's motive for murder was, it had suddenly disappeared into thin air. But Your Honor, it's not as Mr. Andrade monitored Mr. Cortella for 24 hours a day. Perhaps the victim wrote the note in a place Mr. Andrade didn't know of. Well, right back at you, Mr. Edgeworth. Why don't you show us some proof that the victim made the forgery in an unknown place? Okay, I'm getting way too hot for the sweater. I still look fancy enough. I spent a lot of time tying a tie, so shut up. So, woo. But wait, now we'll have something to throw when we get the guilty verdict. Cool. I'm assuming we're gonna get the guilty verdict. Order, Mr. Edgeworth. Looks like this time is you who has done your own grave. As I figured. Huh? As you figured? As I figured, it came down to this after all. Mr. Edgeworth, you're not making any sense. When I heard the results of the handwriting analysis, I thought this might happen. The question is, what's next? What's next? The prosecution can't prove Andrade's motive through the evidence. Then we must prove it from another angle. Well, I agree with you there. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to call a witness to the stand at this time. Oh, well, that's fine. However, this witness is a little unusual. Edgeworth stuttering? This is not like him at all. Unusual. Well, what a sort of witness is this person, Mr. Edgeworth? This witness is one who was perfectly fit once to answer this question once and for all. Who was it that hired Shelley the killer to commit murder? That's impossible. Who in the hell? No such a person exists. No such person can answer that question with such certainty. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth. Who is this witness? It is, Yes, go on. Who is it? The man himself. Mr. Shelley the Killer. Mr. the Killer. Wait, Shelley the Killer? You mean the killer? You mean the assassin? Yes, Your Honor. He's coming here? To the witness stand? Well, yes, in a manner of speaking. I recognize that this is a very unusual circumstance, so I ask for your permission. Well, Mr. Wright? Yes? Is this alright with you? Do I have a choice here? I feel like I don't really. I can't really do much else to drag this trial out. The defense has no objections, Your Honor. I wonder if this really is alright to do this. Very well then, the prosecution calls this witness to the stand. Edgeworth. There's no other way left to us. There's no other way left to us. Now then, witness. Your name and your, occupation, please. Very good, sir. Very good, sir. My name is Shelley the Killer, and I'm a professional assassin. I say, what's going on here? Your Honor, how can you remain so calm? What's the meaning of this two-way radio? Actually, Your Honor, it was delivered to me just now, and it came with a condition. As long as we do not trace its source, Mr. the Killer will testify to this court. So this must be what that urgent phone call he got earlier was about. Oh no. This will not do. I cannot allow this in my court. First of all, we can't even be sure this is really Mr. the Killer himself. Witness, please present some proof that you are in fact Shelley the Killer. I understand. Please wait a second. I'm so hungry. Maya! Maya! A voice! Mr. Wright, can you confirm anything from this? The defense has no objection to this person. We are satisfied that this man is indeed Shelley the Killer. Looks like we have run into yet another unexpected turn of events. Well, it doesn't seem like we have much choice under these circumstances. So, now then, witness, there's one thing I would like to confirm before we speak of anything else. And what would that be? A request of the client. You killed Mr. Juan Credela, is that correct? Is as you say. I did indeed kill Mr. Cralda. Now that we have answered that, let's move on to the name of your client. Very well. This is all just a bad dream. Yes, that's it. A bad dream. Shelley the Killer. What is he going to say? There's something I must first state. To an assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between a client and himself. And that is the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Mr. the Killer seems to be a very clever man. I almost say he seems to be mocking us. Well, he may appear to be our enemy, Your Honor. Mr. the Killer is only stating the truth. He's no hypocrite. He has always stood by his one belief. You mean about this trust between his client and himself thing? It seems to be a level of trust beyond what people like me can comprehend. Well, Mr. Wright, are you ready to cross-examine the witness? Yes, Your Honor. There's no way to know what's coming next, so stay cool and collect it, Phoenix. There's something I must first state. Can we hear anything else you have? We can hear anything you have to say later. Can you please just tell us your clients? I don't think you understand your place, Mr. Attorney. I said this is something I must first state. Do you know what the word first means? Sorry. Go on. Well, it appears this witness you can't badger with, Mr. Wright. It's only because you don't know about Maya's situation. To assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between the client and himself. So actually, to be fair, Miss Andrews did us a favor. The trust between you and your client. I provide my services in fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. If too many people knew my face, it would be quite troublesome. And that's why you're testifying in this manner? This is the first time one of my clients have been accused of murder. I must preserve the killer's name so my client can trust me. But couldn't someone just stab you in the back and break your trust? That has never happened before. But if it ever did? Yes? That person wouldn't be my client for very long. They would be certainly... That's enough. Please no more. Very well. It was only a hypothetical anyways. And that's the reason I am here today on this witness stand. That seems a little strange to me. I didn't mean to. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think this would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules and acted outside of their prescribed role. Their role? This person tried to implicate another of the crime in order to save themselves. And this is a trespass that cannot be forgiven. You. Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now, excuse me, but would you care to die? No, I didn't say anything. The judge had better watch himself. It's my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. We understand, so please tell us the name of your client. I'm afraid I cannot do that. I still have a few things to say before I do. Ah! That egomaniac. It's not good for your health to be so aggravated. You won't live very long if you let everything bother you. Somehow, that's coming from an assassin makes it less comforting. I don't really care about all this extra fluff. Just tell us the name already. Patience. Try to calm down a little. It's important to try to understand his mindset. He seems a little steadfast and close. He seems very steadfast and close to you. Steadfast and closed. So you're gonna have to work to get him to talk. I'm not his therapist, you know. Between the assassin, nothing is more important than the trust between the client and himself. And that's the reason I am here today on this witness stand. It is my wish to grasp the concept before I give the name of my client. I'm gonna save it here because I feel like I'm gonna be wrong, but I'm gonna give a huge shot in the dark here. Yep. Wait, I pressed the wrong thing. Oh, I mean, I showed the evidence on the wrong thing. Yep. I'm glad I saved. Wait, no, we are not saving. We are loading here. It is my wish that you grasp this concept before I give the name of my client. Why? Nothing is in... Nope. Wait. Nope. Oh. This is very interesting indeed. Very interesting indeed, the killer. Very, very interesting. The trust between you and your client. I provide my services in a fast and efficient manner. In exchange, I trust that my clients are discreet about me and my identity. These are roles or duties. There are roles and duties that an assassin and his clients are to carry out. I'm sorry, but I was wondering about something you just said. You said that your client had broken the rules. A person who frames another is the worst kind of human. And why do you feel and that's why you feel betrayed? You can betray this person? I have no trust relation with a client who can't understand their assigned roles. Just my luck. An assassin with a conscience. Who would have figured? I would have figured! Again, I played Danganronpa V3 and there's a character named Maki. Who's an assassin. And she has morals. I think. I don't know, I really haven't seen her assassinate stuff, but... Now then, everyone, do you think you can understand my logic? This case just keeps getting better and better. If you can't, then I'm afraid we can't proceed. Everyone understands your point, I think. Really. I think in that case, I believe I am prepared to disclose the information you seek. You have made it crystal clear that you value your trust over everything else. I believe we are ready. Excellent! And that reason I am here today on this witness stand. That seems a little strange to me. I mean, you're about to tell us the name of your client. I would think that would be very bad for them. It doesn't matter to me. This client has already broken the rules, and has excited their prescribed role. Their role? This person tried to implicate another of crime in order to save themselves. And this is trespasses that can't be forgiven. You. Who gave you the right to be so high and mighty? To the gentleman who spoke just now. Excuse me, but do you care to die? Do you want to die? No, I didn't say anything. The judge had better watch himself. Now then, I do believe it's about time I reveal my client's name, don't you agree? What is it? Now I can't bring myself to ask the client's name. If you can't ask it, Mr. Wright, then I will. Witness. What is the name of your client who requests the murder of Juan Corlida? The person's name is... Adrian Andrews. What? What? Witness! That's not who you told me it was earlier. Pray tell, what are you talking about, Mr. Prosecutor? I should think I know my own client, and that's Adrian Andrews. What? This can't be. On the phone earlier. What's going on here? My guess is that Mr. Killer just stabbed at Edgeworth in the back. Stabbed Edgeworth in the back? I'm sure in order to get an audience with the court. The killer told him a different name. Mangade, perhaps. I knew it. This is an outrage! I was deceived! This witness is telling a serious lie. But you were the one who summoned this witness. Shelly the killer. My testimony is the truth. The defendant at the moment is Mangade. Am I correct? All I wish to do is help him to procure his equitil. His... Wow. All of a sudden, it feels like we can actually win this. Yeah. The prosecution has failed to provide a motive for, and has instead provided the suicide note, which is a forgery created by the victim. Furthermore, there's a possibility the defendant knew himself it was fake. But most definitely of all, we have heard from the assassin himself the name of his client. Mr. the Killer, his client who requested the murder, was not the defendant at all. No! With all this evidence, it's obvious to me that this means Mr. Mangade is innocent. I seem to have caused you all a bit of confusion. Please continue your discussion and call me when you have reached a verdict. Beep. Bailiff, please bring us Miss Adrian Andrews immediately. What now? With the way things are going, Ngarde will be found innocent. This may be our last chance to save Maya. Yeah, but Edgeworth is right. The killer is lying. And Ngarde, my client, I know he's guilty. Can I live with myself if I win this? Who would have believed that the prosecution's own witness would absolve the defendant? Your Honor, the prosecution requests permission to further question the witness. Shelly the killer is certainly lying under oath. It wasn't me. Listen, everyone, please. That testimony just now, it was all one big lie. Miss Andrews, the suicide note may have been fake, but that man, Matt, he's the reason Celeste died. And Juan's death, it's all because he got pulled into Matt's twisted world. That testimony just now, you have to believe me. It was a horrible, horrible lie. But Mr. the Killer himself has testified. He named you as his client. No, that's not true. Also, there's quite a bit of evidence that points to you. The knife and the button donning the Nickel Samurai's costume. But that was... You have a motive. We all know that Miss Celeste's impact was a very large part of your life. And you wanted to follow her, and you wanted a revenge against the two who hurt her. I would say you have plenty of reason you would want them both dead. No! Mr. Wright! Shit, did we just get a new client? You know the truth. Tell them. Tell them the real story. Who the real killer is. Tell them. Please, help me. Yes, I know the truth. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? I believe we have reached the end of this trial. Therefore, I ask the defendant for any final words or opinion. I have to decide. Do I take the no guilty verdict and save Maya? Or do I throw this chance away and wait for Gumshoe's new evidence? What am I supposed to do? We have to wait for Gumshoe. Phoenix. I can't do it, Mia. I can't accept the not guilty. You're a lawyer. I know. But Matt Ngarde is a killer, a murderer. I can't let him get away with this. I can't let someone else take the fall. If I let Miss Andrews be convicted, then I am no better than Ngarde. And even though I don't want to admit it, I have to face the facts. That's because Edgeworth. That is because of Edgeworth that I now know is the real truth. He could have gotten Ngarde convicted so many times over, but he never took a single one of those chances. If I take this verdict right now, I'd be betraying his trust. His trust. I never thought about it until now. I trust him. Yes, you do. Mr. Wright, your opinion, please. The defense requests that we allow to be further questioned, the killer. Am I hearing you correctly, Mr. Wright? Right. But that witness has cleared your client's name through his testimony. Your job here is done. I'm not done yet. To see through the witness's lies and to find the truth. That's my job, Your Honor. There's still more evidence to look at. And I'm sure that once those pieces arrive here in this very courtroom, a miracle will occur. Very well, the trial will continue. Mr. Edgeworth, please reestablish connection with Mr. Taylor. Right away, Your Honor. Has a verdict been reached? Before that, we would like to talk with you a little more. About all you need from me was the name of my client. What else could you need me for? Well, actually, we would like to hear everything you know about this case. That's how things are usually done. What is he talking about? Usually done? But shall we have him testify about now? Mrs. Killer, if you don't mind, please testify about your client in more detail. You legal people and your procedures. Is it any wonder no one likes to go to court? As I've already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, one thing I simply cannot overlook is tampering with the crime scene. My client did it to frame another for the crime, while pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. Adrian Andrew already knew from the very beginning that Juan Cortella was dead. But even more appealing is the creation and planting of the knife in the butt. That act is what I was referring to when I said the client has broken the rule. This is most unexpected turn of events for the fifth time now. I stopped counting track after the second time, Your Honor. However, this time everything has finally been revealed. Just a second, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? We still have the cross-examination to do. But you don't need to question testimonies like this. Do you, Mr. Wright? Of course I do, Your Honor. Your Honor, the defense will question the witness. As if I have a choice here. Huh? Why? What this witness said is nothing but beneficial to the defendant's case. If you scrutinize the testimony, then I'll expose lies in that so beneficial testimony. I suppose. I don't understand what's going on anymore. I don't either, Judge! I'm kidding! I'm finally starting to understand everything. That makes two of us. Actually, I'm starting to figure out everything. So, shut up, Phoenix! About my client. Part 2. I've already stated quite a few times, Adrian Andrews is my client. However, what is it, Mr. Wright? If I pressed him the wrong way, it might raise suspicion on his end. But I have to do something to waste more time. Witness, about requesting a hit? Yes? How much is your fee? I see you're also quite a dark-hearted man, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you would like to talk business, we can do so after the trial. Ah! No. I'm not taking it before Mr. Wright. I was totally not planning to hire an assassin to kill Miss Oldbags. You're welcome, Edgeworth. Mia! Get Mr. Grossberger on the phone! Yes. You want to kill me? You want me dead, don't you? What? Why would you say something like that, Your Honor? Guilty, Mr. Phoenix, right? You're hereby declared guilty. Why would you say that like you did, Judge? You're a lovable old man. Why would I want you dead? Witness, let's continue. Why did you disclose the name of your client? They're your client, are they not? One thing I simply can't overlook is tampering with the scene of the crime. I think that most people would be able to overlook a person hiring another to kill. If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very efficient at my job. Yeah, well, a change in occupation might be good for you. However, I will say this. Even though I am one that does the deed, my clients are always the real guilty party. Always the real guilty party. That goes without saying, Mr. the Killer. And their fate is to live with their knowledge of their guilt on their shoulders. However, my client this time, though they could run away from their guilt, my client did it to frame another for the crime. Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card. Oh, this card? So that no one has to waste their time, including the police. I always make it a point to make things easy as possible. You try to make things as easy. My business card makes it very very easy to identify who carried out the service. He's pretty devoted to his work. But to discard everything and go and stab the deceased with a knife? And even hide my card from sight? That's something I can't overlook. That's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or without it. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not without him being here. Well, pretending to be the first person to discover the body and enter the scene. So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That is correct. Usually most people try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my service, Mr. Attorney, I suggest you plan your alibi too. No, I already told you I had no intention of using your service. Ever. Hey, Edgeworth, you would not be, so if, If I would have went ahead and, you know, planted a hit on Miss Oldbag, you would have no objections, right? Or Dr. Oh, wait, he doesn't know Dr. Hottie's actual identity. Why does he keep looking at me like I'm the one on trial here? I've already been arrested for for a suspicion of murder once. Thanks, Mr. White. And Adrian Andrews already knew from the very beginning that Juan Cotola was dead. From the very beginning. That is correct. From before my clients visited the room. All my clients know precisely what the situation is at all times. I wonder if that's really true. That's odd. But it's even more appealing is the creation and planting of the knife and the button. So why did you think your client did that? What do you mean by why? Well, fiddling around the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would someone that has requested a murder to go to the crime scene anyways? That's true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Garde. If that's the case, then why didn't the person just request that you do it? Sadly, that's not possible. Huh? My job is to kill. That's all. And to leave my business card behind? Naturally. The business card is so my clients may escape blame. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall? That act is what I'm referring to when I said my client has broken the rules. Is that all you have to testify? Yes, and I pray that I will never be called to the stand again. Again? As in you plan to continue? I must, as I have yet to find a person to take my place and become the fourth successor. Actually, how would you like a new life, Mr. Attorney? Excuse me? No, I'm fine, really. Are you really now? I wonder what kind of man that judge thinks I am now. What are you going to do now, Phoenix? All I can do now is expose the lies. That's true. However, you realize that will be very bad for our client, right? I'm so confused. But the one thing I know for sure is I can't let this trial end yet. Wait. We have to save it here in case I'm wrong, because I have an idea. Ah! Yep, I was wrong. Wait. Maybe. Let's go back and press again a bit. Might be on something here. What is it, Mr. Right? Okay, no. Tampering with the scene of crime. I would think that most people would be able to look over or hire another person to kill. If I had a problem with such a thing, I wouldn't be very efficient at my job. Okay. My client did frame another client. Are you talking about the button and the knife? Yes, and my business card. Oh, this card. No one has to waste their time, including the police. I always make it a point to make it as easy as possible. You try to make things easy? My business card makes it very easy to identify who carried out the service. He's pretty devoted to his work. But to discard everything and go and stab the deceased with a knife, and to even hide my card from sight, that's something I can't overlook. It's really hard to tell if he's being truthful or not with him, without him being here. So you're saying most clients wouldn't do such a thing? That's correct. Usually most people just try to create an alibi for themselves. If you should use my services, Mr. Attorney, I would suggest, okay. We are not planning to from the very beginning? That's correct. From the very beginning of the client benefit room, all my clients know precisely what the situation is at all time. I wonder if that really is true. That's odd. But even more appealing is the creation of the plan and the button. So why do you think your client did that? What do you mean, why? Well, fiddling around with the scene of the crime is pretty risky. And why would someone who has requested a murder go to the crime scene anyways? That is true. I assume it was probably done to frame Mr. Garde. If that's the case, then why did the person just request you do it? Sadly, that's not possible. Huh? My job is to kill. That's all. And leave my business card behind. Naturally. The business card is so my clients can escape late. To protect them is my duty. Even if they say it's for revenge, setting someone else up to take your fall, that act is referring to when the client broke the rules. Okay, so... Nope. Okay, let's say loud. Okay. Hmm. Wait a second. Wait! I did not mean to press that! Next is a victim. It's filled. Thank you so much for taking your time to testify, Mr. the Killer. What's the meaning of that attitude? Glenn, Andrew, and Andrews entered the victim's room. Your client had no idea that Juan Cortella has been murdered. But how do you know that? From this wine glass, Your Honor. The glass? Mr. the Killer supposed the client, though Mr. Cortella has only fainted. Which is why this glass of tomato juice was poured for the victim. But isn't that just a part of Adrian Andrews' calculated plan? That's not possible, Your Honor. This glass bears the fingerprints of that person. Had this been planned, they would have never left their fingerprints behind. I see your point. Mr. Edgeworth, what is your opinion? Strangely enough, I have the same exact thought just now. Witness, how do you explain this strange phenomenon? It wasn't a waste of time to ask about such a minor detail? It's not a very important point anyways, correct? I'm afraid you're mistaken. If Andrew really is your client, as you claim, then your client should have had the knowledge of Mr. Coralla's death. If not, then that can only mean Andrews never was your client at all. How strange. Yes? Why is it that the attorney has yet to raise an objection at this absurd situation? Phoenix, if the killer figures out what we're up to, then we're in real trouble. Yeah, I know. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm surprised. You know you can't say things like that without any evidence. Ah, I'm sorry. Well, that's awfully weak objection for the two of you. Judge, shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up, Judge! Anyways, I'm positive there's a contradiction in that testimony. The prosecution requests further testimony concerning when the request was taken. Very well. Right now, I have to buy us more time. While we wait for those items the killer left behind to get here. I just know that the very outcome of this trial lies within those items. This request came to me, about a week ago. It was a request from my service on the night of the award ceremony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. That's where it occurred. I trust my memory. I believe I made no mistakes. So physically met your client, huh? That's correct. Meeting one's client's first step to building trust, in my opinion. I see. Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. This request came to me, about a week ago. 1 week ago. Are you sure? Yes, I'm quite sure. I, of course, have my own preparations, and I was barely able to finish. When you request my service, Mr. Attorney, I hope you will keep that in mind. I am not taking your request! Edgeworth, you will keep me... Edgeworth, I'm doing this for you, so that you don't have to deal with the old bag. Make sure that if I do get caught up in the mess, we get Grossberger. Please stop. In any case, my client in this time has a very specific date and time in mind. A specific date and time. It was requested from my service on the night of the award ceremony. Did you ask why on that specific night? No. I tried to fulfill all of the conditions of my client's request. But as for why, I only had my suspicions. Your suspicions, huh? Press further. So what are these suspicions you had? Why did your client request that night? I'm sure it was all for the bear. The bear? My client spoke of it. I'm sure there will be a bear-shaped figurine in Juan's Catala's room. I would like you to retrieve that item for me. You must be talking about the bear puzzle. This bear puzzle. Inside the figurine was a suicide note. Naturally, it was the victim who brought it with him to his hotel room. He was planning to publicly disclose the contents of the press conference at the press conference, after all. That's correct. And if I had done the job that night, I would not have known where the bear figurine was. That I see. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? It was very important. The testimony just now had made one thing clear. And that is... the client knew the secret bear figurine. Knew of the bear figurine. Huh? Why is everyone so quiet? Mr. Wright, I think all of us already knew that. Oh, really? Witness, please continue with your testimony. We met at a certain bar to discuss and finalize a few matters. Press. So, you physically met Andrew and Andrews, right? Of course I did. What was that? What was this brief cross? Witness, I would like you to give us a few more details. I always meet my clients as a matter of principle. I have never taken a request by telephone or mail. And why is that? That's because I value the trust between a client and myself above all else. The only way to establish that is to speak to the client while looking them in the eye. Well, Mr. Wright, what was the testimony just of any importance? It was very important. Of course it was very important, Your Honor. If the killer has met his client before the murder, then it's unlikely he's mistaken. So you're saying that his client was really Adrian Andrews? I guess so. You see? It's just as I said. I'm at a loss. What the heck am I supposed to be helping here? Hometown, Phoenix. Think carefully and relax. Now then, would the witness please continue? That occurred while... that's what occurred. I trust my memory, and I believe I had made no mistake. So your client was Adrian Andrews. That is correct. Well, said two of them met. But if they did, there shouldn't be anything wrong with the killer's testimony. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything strange this time around. You have to draw more info from him, but you can't draw his suspicion. If you can't do that, you should be able to find the flaw in his testimony somewhere. Talk about a delicate balance. Okay, what's my evidence? Hmm. I should say before I do something stupid. Yep, I said what I said. I should say before I do something stupid. Wait a second. Maybe. Nova, think. Jesus Christ. So difficult to wrap my head around. I understand what kind of situation I'm in, and I'm just like, ah! Wait, I have an idea. Press further. It was not important. Wait, why he meets with his clients is not important. That wasn't the point. Witness, please stop us accepting my questions. What do you mean by that? My question was, did you really meet Andrea and Andrews in person? I have already told you, Mr. Wright, I did. It was only through talking with him face to face that I began to trust him. That's when I thought, I can trust this person as a client. It's true what they say about talking face to face. Well, Mr. Wright, was the testimony just now of any importance? It was very important. They said him. Oh, sorry. Headphones came out. The killer said him. If I heard what I think I just heard now, that means I think I got him. He said him. But we clearly know that Adrian is a her. He's got his pronouns mixed up. How dare you, Mr. the Killer, going assuming people's genders? Your Honor, I believe the testimony just now was one of utmost importance. Huh? Really? If that's the case. Witness, please include that in your testimony. Please include the statement you just now in your testimony. Very well. From the moment I saw him, I thought I can trust this person as a client. I saw him! If we clearly look at someone's profile, we can clearly see that a certain him is a her. I would like to go over this one more time. You met Adrian Andrews at a bar and took a request at that time. Yes, that's correct. And that's when you thought he was trustworthy. How many times have I to repeat myself? Yes, that is correct. I'm sorry, but that's an impossible tale. What? Shelley the Killer? You have never met the real Adrian Andrews. Why would you say that? Because you made one very big slip-up. About her. So what's the issue? What did you just say now? About her? If you met Adrian Andrews in person, one look would have told you that she is a woman! Oh! Oh shoot, please tell me we did not break the order. Order in the court, Mr. Wright. What is the meaning of this? This witness testified to the following. That he always met face-to-face with his clients when taking their requests. But he's never met Adrian Andrews in person. Yes, Your Honor. That is exactly the point. That means Mr. Killer's client could not have been Miss Adrian Andrews. Please tell me we do not break. Mr. Edgeworth, I understand your logic on this one. However, why would the assassin make such a basic mistake? I believe it's to do with her name, Your Honor. Her name? Yeah, because Adrian, you think would be male. Yes, Adrian Andrews is without a doubt very androgynous. Words. I hope I didn't offend you. I hope I didn't offend anybody by butchering how to say androgynous. Like I said, I just probably did again. I hope I didn't offend anyone there. Yes, I see. Unluckily for Mr. the Killer, the entire time he was on the stand, no one has ever stated Adrian Andrews' gender. And so he simply picked the wrong gender to go with. Oh, what? What's going on? Shit, if we don't raise an objection, we're gonna get caught on. Shelley the Killer. This court demands an explanation. Objection! I think somehow I must have mixed up this client with another. So does that mean you remember something different now? Yes, of course. Please, if you would allow me to testify once more. I know he's just gonna spill out more lies. Very well, but this time, please give us the truth, nothing but the truth. Oh, shoot. I'm a very professional attorney here. Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. There has been times when I took a job without having to meet my client. The request was for the murder of one Cortella and 2 or 3 other small things. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. So you took this job through a letter. He didn't mention anything about letter in his earlier testimony, which means he's definitely lying. Be careful, Phoenix. If you break the assassin's testimony completely, it's all over for us. I know. I can't make him suspicious, but I think we're okay. Like, we can do this. As long as he's standing there across from me, no matter how strong of a punch I throw, he'll counter it. Now then, let's begin the cross-examination. Yes, now I remember. I took the request by mail. But didn't you just say you always met your clients? Yes, I suppose I did say that. However, there's some clients from whom meeting is simply not possible. But didn't you meet your client? But you didn't meet your client this time? No, I did not. Oh, come on now. Let's stop with this game of cat and mouse. Using your silkiest voice is not going to work on me. Alright then, just cough it up and confess. Mr. Wright, you can't badger with a witness with such hard words. Look, if you didn't want me to be good cop, then I'll be bad cop, okay? Edgeworth, please help. You're a lawyer, so behave like one and present evidence instead of mindlessly yelling. But, Your Honor! Now then, do you have any proof that Mr. Tequila did meet with his client? I'm sorry, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I do not have any proof. I see. Then your line of questioning is another waste of time. Sadly for us, Your Honor. That's the natural right and wrong. Boo! There's been times when I took a job without having my client. And why could you not meet certain clients? Recently, I have been receiving more requests. If I meet each and every client, I would lose some nice business opportunities. On top of which, times have changed. It's not the age of information and computers. Is it now the age of information and computers, correct? Well, I have joined the times, and now I've taken requests via electronic mail. Just call it email! Electronic mail? Do you have a mail that specialized in salted envelope? Ah, I'm very sorry. I despise shortening of words. What I mean by electronic mail is what is commonly referred to as email. Email. In contest of McCry, the judge would beat a parrot hands down. Let's get Polly! Let the judge fight him. Or her. Anyways, so you took this job without having met your client, and the request was from the murderer of Mr. Juan Coachella and 2 or 3 other small things. 2 or 3 other things? Yes. And what were these other things? A few other things that have nothing to do with this case. What should I do? Should I let that side was let? Or should it really bad if I pushed the buttons the wrong way and got mad? Let's hold off until a bit. Unless we have to. The killer sounds like one sharp man. I should try to find a better way to do this without making him suspicious. Let's continue with the testimony. Witness, if you please. When I saw the name at the end of the letter, I thought my client to be a man. So you're saying that you never saw your client's face? Not even once? I did. Once. When I saw it, it was when I gave my client this figurine. Yes, I see. But Miss Andrews was wearing a mask at the time. A mask? The Nickel Samurai mask, I'm guessing. Mr. Wright, what do you have to say about this? Do you have any problems with this piece of testimony? It's a contradiction. One thing does sort of stick out to me, Your Honor. Witness, I think it's most definitely you definitely most saw your client's face. Let's recall Mr. Power's testimony. After the word ceremony, I went to my room by myself to Matt's room. There, Matt was standing there in front of his room, still in his nickel samurai costume. Matt gave the bellboy a tip. You received quite a large roll of cash from Mr. Ngarde. And at that time, he was not wearing his nickel samurai mask. Oh. Order. Yes, now that you mention it, I do remember that. Witness. Yes. Then I did wander the floor as a bellboy. I received plenty of tips that night for carrying juice to various rooms. Is that so wrong? Huh? The man who gave me that tip was not my client. He was probably just a very generous person. That doesn't sound like Matt at all. I'm sorry, but sadly we are not here. But we are not nearly so generous here. If I could receive a large roll of cash by simply bringing people things on trays, then why on earth would I be standing here prosecuting? You said that earlier, Edgeworth. Oh, the deja vu. And isn't his salary more than enough for one man? And where's your evidence that this large roll of cash is, in fact, not a tip? Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, show me the money. What? Judge. What are you doing, Judge? Judge! No, Judge. If only you knew the half of it, Judge, Your Honor. If only you knew the half of it. If only, Your Honor, you knew the half of it. Mr. Attorney? Yes? You know, I think your line of questioning has been a little strange. In fact, I would say you don't seem to believe Miss Andrews is my client. Oh no, it's not like that at all. I just think lies aren't a good thing, you know? Oh, I know, and I agree. Lies are not a good thing at all. It's on to us. I think we're on the same page now, aren't we, Mr. Attorney? Remember, if I feel certain in any way, I'm free to cut contact at any time. I'm sorry, please forgive my foolishness. If only you were apologetic all the time. Anyways, I do not see a huge contradiction here. Therefore, you may continue, witness. We have pretty much reached the end of our rope here. Huh? It seems like we're still okay to me. And that's exactly what is so bad. At the rate we're going, we're gonna end up completely destroying Mr. the Killer's lie. If we do that, you already know how serious of a situation that will put us in. Yeah. All I can do now is pray that those items reach us in time. Yes, now I remember. I took that request by mail. I have to press further. Whether or not they're related to this case is for the court to decide. Mr. Attorney? Yes? Everything I said from the beginning has been nothing but beneficial to your client. Which is why I wonder what is pushing you to continue with this cross-examination. Could it be that you're planning to betray your own client? That's... I smell a stench of a backstabber, and I should turn you to be... And should you turn out to be one? Wait. Uh-oh. This looks really bad. I shouldn't press my leg. Alright, I have to think. Is this worth pursuing? I have to continue. Witness, this is a very important matter. Please cooperate and tell us what the other jobs your client requested were. If it's truly that important, I suppose I don't have much of a choice. The bear figurine. The bear figurine? After the assassination of the target, I was to find that figurine. I was told this job was just as important as the actual killing. And where was that figurine? It was inside Mr. Carlito's suitcase. And then, what did you do next? I handed it over to my client right away. You gave it to your client? Interesting. This information certainly sounds important to me. Witness, please include what you just stated in your testimony. As you wish. I found this figurine at Mr. Ngarde's mansion. If you gave it to Miss Andrews, then what was it doing there? I was waiting for her there. That was also part of the plan to frame Mr. Ngarde, I'm sure. That makes a lot of sense. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any problems with this testimony? I have a contradiction. There's a contradiction, Your Honor. But I need to sneeze. So the killer says he gave the figurine to Miss Andrews. But I know somewhere in that statement is a contradiction. And yet, I know what if I present present something trivial here, he will cut the connection on his end. And if you want to make a strong point, Phoenix, you have to present strong evidence. She's right. So now what, Dr. Wright? Present evidence. Witness, let's go over this one more time. You gave Miss Andrews the bear figurine, and she told you to take it to the bear and wait for it at Ngarde Mansion. Is that correct? Yes. Where are you going with this? Well, I think you may be remembering a few things incorrectly. What? This is the battle of wits. I can't let up on him. I don't think it's possible for Miss Andrews to have been the recipient of this bear. This is gonna be bad. I have a feeling. So, what do you think? Witness! Mr. DeKiller. Oh, I'm sorry. I went to visit the water closet for a second. Huh? Mr. Attorney, I think it's time I stated this in terms you can comprehend. If you ask me any more of these pointless questions, there will be no mercy. That's enough! Shit. Ah! I might have to bring up the guide because I already forgot this part. Alright, cool. Alright, and then profiles. Alright, let's get more into this part. Oh shoot, I just pressed through everything in that one. Oh, right, now it's the cross-examination here. Okay, let's get through this part because we already know all this stuff. I found this figurine at Mr. Ingarde's mansion. Blah, 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 blah. There's a contradiction. So the killer says the key. Surely the killer? If you're really giving this bear to Miss Andrews, then this note should not have been inside of it. This item. I see where you're going. Yep, that's where I'm going. Where's everyone going? Do I need to pack a suitcase? Your Honor, please think back to Miss Andrews' testimony. I was going to burn it, for her sake. Even if for a single minute, this bear has actually been in Miss Andrews' hands, I'm sure she would have taken that suicide note out and burned it. Order. So that's where you two were going. So by the very facts of the suicide note was still inside the bear, it tells us that your client didn't know the puzzle to how to dismantle the puzzle. Which means, it means, Your Honor, that it's impossible for Adrian Andrews to be the client. Oh ho! Order! There's Phoenix, right? I'm sure I mentioned this before. How I hate traitors above all else. I think your cross-examination has clearly demonstrated something to me. You must wish to break your end of your agreement. No, that's not. That's enough. If this is your intention, there's only one thing for me to do. Wait, please. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, excuse me. I have a matter I must attend to. No, please. Not that. Please wait. Mr. Attorney, bring this trial to a speedy end. Otherwise, I may stay my hands. Otherwise... Ah! What in the... Mr. Wright, are you? Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. I didn't understand this witness's outburst just now. Do you think there's a need to hear more testimony, or is this enough? Well, we should. Edgeworth, we can't do this. If we keep this up, Maya, she'll... The prosecution? What's come over everyone? Even the prosecution rests. What's going around here? The prosecution has no further questions, Your Honor. What? Well, I never thought I'd see the day. This is the most unusual situation. If the prosecution rests with no further questions, then the prosecution has failed to uphold its stance. If that's the case, then, even though I'm reluctant, I must believe that Mr. the Killer's testimony is accurate. That would mean that Shelley the Killer's client is Adrian Andrews. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. If I end the trial here, right now, then your client, Matt Ingarde, would be declared innocent. And in his place, Adrian Andrews would be charged with murder. Miss Andrews would be charged with murder? The prosecution has no further questions, so we will now hear the defense's final remarks. Bailiff, please bring in the defendant, Mr. Matt Ingarde, to the stand. The items from the killer's hideout did not make it in time. We tried as hard as we could, but it looks like our time has run out. I can't believe it. The outcome now lies in your hand. Dude, did the old guy finally decide? To be honest, I can't think you are as truly innocent and a good person. You have done enough evil to drive a woman to suicide. But, at least on this charge of murder, it would appear that you are innocent. So, I guess even the old fudgy-dudgy figured me out. Mr. Ingarde! What an atrocious lawyer I have, giving in his own client up like this. And that's refreshing like a breeze cut wrap. It's just as atrocious, don't you agree? Anyways, get on with and pronounce me innocent already. Right, Mr. Lawyer? Should I side with justice, or should I side with saving Maya's life? You better get Ingarde a guilty sentence, okay? But if I did that, Maya would die. But if I say he's innocent, then Miss Andrews will be charged as the murderer. Do I say he's guilty or not guilty? Either choice I make, someone's life is going to end. My hand is shaking! Oh my gosh. It's like my hand is like frozen and shaking! Oh my god! I never thought it would come to this! It all hinges on what I choose. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statement on this matter. At least with Maya, with Maya, if she dies, we could still have Pearl channel her. But what would become of the Faye house? There's so many unanswered questions. If the person who hired the assassin was Adrian Andrews, then your client, Mr. Mangarde, is innocent. There's no need to ask, old man. After all, my lawyer is going to say what I want. Aren't you? Right. I can't do this, but I have to decide something. I can't count on evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. My client, Matt Ngarde, is... I can't... My hand is literally shaking! My heart says he's guilty. We are waiting for your answer, Mr. Wright. Matt Ngarde, your client deserves an answer. Maya, I'm sorry. Matt Ngarde is... Francesca! Francesca von Karma! Just in time, you son of a... Ow! You see now, don't you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? This is exactly why you should never take off your... This is exactly why you should never take your eyes off that scruffy fool. Did you bring the items? The final pieces? Do you have them? You should know better than to ask that, Mr. Miles Edgeworth. Von Karma is perfect in every way. The evidence here is in perfect condition. Don't worry about the scruffy. He's fine, and his injuries are minor. All the items are inside this. A still sealed coat. Is this? That's Gumshoes. I can spot his tattered rags anywhere. I apologize for its ugliness. But there's nothing else to wrap there was nothing else to wrap the items in. I fought long and hard for this whole trial. All for what's inside that raggedy coat. I'm sure inside that coat lies a crucial piece of evidence. Your Honor, inside that filthy coat are the defendant's final pieces of evidence! Your final evidence? This trial is already over. All that remains is for me to hand down my verdict. I do not believe that any evidence presented now would change the outcome of this trial. What? Your Honor, it's our duty to examine every piece of evidence, down to the last. I request that Miss Von Karma be allowed to present these pieces of evidence. I suppose you are right, Mr. Edgeworth. I grant the presumption to do so. However, this is one obvious rule applies here. If these items do not bring up any new points, then they will not be accepted by this court. Now, Miss Von Karma, will you please? These pieces of evidence are left by the killing during his escape from the police. He must have been in quite a rush. Yes, Your Honor. The killer left 3 pieces of evidence. Somewhere along the evidence we are about to see, there will be something that will turn this whole situation around. Like a miracle. I'm sure of it. That's all we can hope for. The first item is a pistol. Does the killer's pistol have anything to do with this case? Does that pistol have any relation to this case? We have yet to perform a basilic test, so I can't say anything for certain. However, I believe it has something to do with this case, at least with me. That must be the pistol he used to shot Von Karma. That's the pistol he used to shoot you, isn't it? That's what I believe, yes. Oh! I kept the bullet they removed from my shoulder, and it's sort of a memento. Oh, wow! Like daughter, like brother. I'm sure it'll be an excellent example for the test. So that pistol was used to shoot Francesca. It's probably not going to help us very much. The second piece of evidence is this videotape. I bet the killer took that from Ingarde's mansion. Have you checked the contents of the tape? Unfortunately, there was no time to. Oh yeah. But I would speculate that this tape is very important. Why would you say that? Because he came back to his hideout for it. The killer went back for it? That's right. It looked like he was trying to recover it. He injured 3 of the officers at site. But somehow it looks like they managed to protect it from the killer. Shelly the killer is no ordinary man. The last piece of evidence is this bellboy uniform. That uniform is the Gatewater from the Gatewater Hotel. Was that used during the crime? I'm almost certain it was. There was a pair of black leather gloves in one of the pockets. There's no doubt about it. The killer was wearing that on the night of the murder. There's one thing I find interesting about this uniform. And what's that? There was a button missing from this uniform. On this uniform. A button? It's a very unique button. I'm sure if we were to recover it, it'd provide us with an interesting clue. That's all I have to present, Your Honor. It's just as I thought. And? What is that, Your Honor? I'm sure these were under normal circumstances. These items from Shelly the Killer's hideout would be very important clues. However, our question is not who did the killing, it is who's the client. Yes, that is correct. And these 3 items do not tell us anything about that. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Frankarma. You may step down. Wait, Your Honor! Please allow me to examine this new evidence. Overruled. This court has already had all the evidence it needs to hand down to a verdict. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. This judge is such a brilliant man, isn't he? Is this the end? Phoenix. I knew it. There's no such thing as a miracle in this world, is there? I think you're wrong. I think they do exist. But you have to make that miracle happen. You come this far. You can't give up now. But no matter how you think about it, it's try for my sake. Just think about it for a second. There's 2 ways out of the situation for us. 2? First, make Ingarde's wish from a bottomless for assault for a guilty verdict. Huh? The killer always placed his client's wishes first. If Ingarde himself wishes to be convicted, then he will let his hostage go. That may be true, but that's asking me to do the impossible. The second way is force the killer to end his contract with Ingarde. If the killer was no longer to think of Ingarde as his client, then he would let Maya go. Mia! That's even more impossible! He's a man who values his duty towards his clients above all else. I know both of these seem like impossible feats at first, but if you could make either one happen, it would truly be a miracle. The bigger problem is, the judge has already said he doesn't need any more evidence. The piece that he was just shown, he's not accepting any of them. Phoenix, think things through from the other side. Isn't that what's always worked for us? Work things out for the other side. The other side. Wait, does she mean? You mean to turn things around? Phoenix, the judge says he doesn't need the evidence. If that's the case, then who does need it? The person who needs the evidence. The defense, the prosecution, and the judge, we have all seen the pieces of evidence. And that's how we have come to know the truth. But there's one person who is yet to see all of them. And that person does not know the truth. The truth. It may be what will bring out the miracle in the end. There's no objections this time, correct? Now then, I will pronounce my verdict. Why don't we all respectfully sit back and listen, kids? I have already told you, Mr. Wright. This court does not need any more evidence. I'm not saying it is for us that needs the evidence, Your Honor. Then, you want to show the evidence to that person? Yes, Your Honor. Please, Your Honor, Mr. Wright, for you to ask with such passion, I will grant you one chance. One chance. Please show your evidence to who you think is the right person. That's impossible! To turn the situation around in one try? One try. That's all I will permit. I have to try to remember everything that has happened up to this point. To think, Phoenix. Think! There must be a way to save while Ingarde is taken down at the same time. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's not waste any more time. Who will you like to show the evidence to? One person who hasn't seen the evidence. I see. And now, tell the court the one piece of evidence you would like to show to this person. Wait! Wait, no, I fucked up! Well, what do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? I think there is some merit in showing this evidence to that witness. Bailiff, please bring in the receiver from earlier. Alright, looks like I managed to convince him. Maya, she's okay, right? Didn't I tell you to concern yourself with bringing about a speedy end to this trial? Now, if I understand correctly, you wish to show me one piece of evidence. Yes, one is all I need. I have here a videotape. It was found at your hideout. I hear that you injured 3 officers in your attempt to get this back. That was most regrettable. However, it was an order from my client. I was told to protect that videotape. I thought so. I'm afraid I seem to have failed in that regard. Do you know the contents of this tape? I was certainly told by my client not to watch it, so I have absolutely no idea. Actually, you're on this tape. Me? There was a video camera hidden in the crime scene. Your actions were being recorded. What? Is that true, Mr. Wright? Who was that planted that camera? Well, the only person who could have planted a camera at the scene of the crime would have been your client, naturally. That was Adrian Andrews. Be quiet and listen, Your Honor. Yes, sir. Thanks for having my back here. Your client specified a place and time for you. Isn't that right? Yes. That was so you... That was so they could film you. I had no idea. Mr. Wright? Why would my client do such a thing? I would like to know why. Why did Matt and Garde filming a crime scene? The reason why he did it is my ticket out of this whole mess. There's only one reason your client would secretly film the crime scene. He wanted blackmail. Your client once told me something very interesting. We were talking about you, and this is what they had to say. But I'm no weakling. I don't believe anyone. At least all assassins. Oh, come on now, Mr. Wright. Assassins aren't above blackmail. Yes. That's where the video comes in. And with that, I can keep him at bay. Even blackmail him if I want. Your client didn't trust you at all. They were thinking of using this video to blackmail you. What do you have to say about that, Shelly the Killer? Oh! It looks like I was being deceived from the very beginning. Yes, by a natural. That's the kind of person they are. Your client is a person who only thinks and plots of how to use people around them to protect themselves from any and all dangers that may arise. That is the true nature of your client. I have one question for the witness. Yes? You told us one thing numerous times during your testimony. You said that you detest traitors most of all. Yes, that's right. But what if that traitor was your own client? What would you do then? That's obvious. I would break our contract in that case. And then, that client would become my next target. For the honor of the killer's name, even take on an eternity, I would follow that person to the ends of the earth to exact my punishment. I see. That's all I wanted to know. So the traitor becomes the killer's next target. Ah! I get it. This is how we turn this case around. Mr. Wright? Yes? My contract with my client is as over as of now. I seem to have a new job on my hands. I will now return to you your precious item. What the? I'm not an item! Beep. Maya, I thought I'd never see you again. Oh, thank goodness! This trial appears to come to its conclusion. However, I actually am sort of... I don't quite know what just happened there with the client and the witness. Yeah! Miss Von Karma! Where did she that? She always has you in her sights. Now, I do believe it's time to finally hand down a verdict. Mr. Ngarde? It looks like somehow you got what you wanted. You finally received the acquittal you wanted so badly. You should be happy. But before that, I'd like to make one final statement. Something in the near future, one very betrayed assassin may appear before you. Needless to say, that man is very good at what he does. I'm sure you would understand what I mean if you watched this video. Help me. Now then, Your Honor, the verdict, if you please. Is that alright with you, Mr. Wright? We have finally reached the end of a very long battle. Whether he is convicted or appealed, there's no longer escape for him now. Go on, Phoenix. Plead whichever way your heart tells you. Right, Chief. I plead guilty. Matt and Garde? Even though I am a lawyer, I can't make your crimes disappear. I think a guilty verdict is appropriate here. Me? My wonderful self? Guilty? Even if you got an acquittal, the instant you stepped foot outside the detention center, your life would be in danger. No matter which way you look at it. You can't run away from your crime anymore. No! Guilty! Jesus Christ, dude. As always, it looks like we have uncovered the real truth. I don't remember you helping out much in this. Mr. Edgeworth, how's Man Garde? I have left Miss Von Karma in charge of his incarnation. I'm sure he'll be getting a full course meal of whippings, right about now. Very good. That was a close one, wasn't it, witness? Yes. I plan to pay my debt to society for my own crime, Your Honor. The first time I was called to the witness stand during this trial, all I felt was despair. She must be talking about the time Edgeworth really went after her. I guess she's trying to forgive him for what he did. This witness, how should I put this? She has an illness. If you're going to say that you choose this, that is no concern to me. But after that, when I was alone at the detention center, the first time I really saw myself for who I am. And today, when the two of you used your combined strengths to convict Matt, I felt like I had finally been saved. Wow, this is the first time I've seen her smile. I'm really happy for you two were in charge of this case. I really don't know how to express how I feel at this moment. This is the first time I felt comfortable with myself, with who I am. Thank you so much, everyone. That looks like we have resolved everything at last. When's the point where I get to throw out my... As for myself, there are still a few things I'm confused about. But everyone seems to be in good spirits. And that's good enough for me. That is all. Court is adjourned. Woo! Sorry about that, my kid! I can throw better. Woo! March 23rd, 5:50. We were in court for like 8 hours. Defendant lobby number 3. You were great out there, Phoenix. What I did out there was right, wasn't it? It's the first time you've not gotten your client off. You got them a guilty verdict this time, but you had to look past all of that to what's really important. You now realize that there's something more than just getting a not guilty, right? Yes, I understand now. Phoenix, think back for a second. Think to the moment before Miss Von Karma arrived with the final piece of evidence. Think about the incredible decision you had to make. My hand was literally shaking! Mia. Now then, Mr. Wright, let's hear the defense's final statements on this matter. I can't count on the evidence to help me anymore. I have to listen to my heart. Should I side with justice, or should I save Maya's life? My client, Mangarde, is... He was guilty or not, or was he not guilty? Those were your choices then. And your answer? Your answer spoke to what being a lawyer means to you. Right! Edgeworth, I have good news. Maya is now safe in police custody. Really? Ruth, you're telling the truth, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, she's quite safe. She's on her way here as we speak in a patrol car. Yeah, Mystic Maya is safe! You did it! You really did it, Mr. Nick! How? She punched deceptively hard for a kid. I believed in you. I kept saying to myself, Mr. Nick will save her. Mr. Nick will save her. Thanks. Oh, what's wrong? Miss Von Karma. About earlier. Thanks. Ow! Why are you still smiling? Mr. Phoenix writes. You lost. Your perfect run record has now been crushed. And yet, you're still happy? I don't think you'll ever understand, Miss Von Karma. How dare you? Don't worry. She may in time. After all, I was like this myself until a year ago. Edgeworth. For my own personal victories, and for guilty verdicts. I used every dirty trick in the book, and so my win record remained spotless. But a man appeared and stood fast. A man appeared and stood fast against that selfish me. I fought him as my usual manners, and tasted my first defeat. I felt like I had lost everything because of that. And then it was my turn to sit in the defendant's chair. And I was saved by that person I called my enemy. I couldn't forgive myself for all that had happened, so I left the prosecutor's office. And I left that note, Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. As well as he should have. A prosecutor who has shamed himself with the defeat should have crawled into a hole and die. But that's not what happened. After I left the prosecutor's office, I finally came to realize something. And that was in the moment of clarity that everything began to change. What foolish nonsense! We prosecutors use anything we can to attack the defendant. But every time we did so, no matter how desperate the situation, instead of giving up like most people, that man would hold strong with his undying faith. And then, before I knew it, I began to trust in that man as well. What? You trusted your enemy? It doesn't matter how many underhanded tricks a person uses. The truth will always find a way to make itself known. The only thing we can do is fight with the knowledge we hold in everything we have, erasing the paradoxes one by one. It's never easy. We crawl and scratch for every inch, but we will always eventually reach that one single truth. That's this, I promise you. The truth. Yes, that's the reason why prosecutors and defense attorneys exist. But I'm sure you knew that already, didn't you, right? That's why you couldn't forgive me. This man who went into hiding, is that right? This man who only had his sights on victory, who ran away into the night. Ah! It's Mr. Edgeworth, right, Mr. Nick? You really let me down. When you disappeared, I felt betrayed. The reason I decided to become a lawyer to begin with was because I believed in those things you said to me all those years ago. And you betrayed your own words. That's why 1 year ago, I made up my mind. I decided that the Miles Edgeworth I knew had died. At least, that's what I told myself. You pathetic fool! Miss Von Karma! I don't want to hear the wretched whimpers of a disgraced loser. Von Karma is someone who's destined to be perfect. Said the girl who lost to me twice? Miles Edgeworth, you're no longer worthy. You're no longer worthy of being a Von Karma. And neither am I. It's over. It's all over. Francesca threw something on the ground just now. This is an electromagnetic receiver. Is that the thing she used to track Detective Gumshoe? I'll return this to the precinct later. There's something else. Ah! Isn't that Miss Von Karma's whip? I'll never set foot in another courtroom again. I'm sure that's what she's saying by this action. You should keep this right. Okay. Nick! Maya! Mystic Maya! Mystic Maya! So cute. Oh, Nick! I knew you would come through. You got Ingarde's verdict, like I knew you would. And on top of that, you even rescued me. Well, of course I did. You know I'd never desert you. But we sure pressed our luck this trial. You're really lucky to be standing here. Whatever, whatever. Look! Over there! It's over. Look, besides, if I did croak, I would just come back and haunt you like a bad ghost, though, Pearly! Is it really that easy to do something like that? Thanks a lot, Nick. Don't mention it. I've saved your butt 3 times now! Maya. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm relieved that you're alright. Hey, looks like you made some real progress, Mr. Edgeworth! Well, I suppose I'm a little different from who I was a year ago. Heh. Alright, forgotten she hasn't eaten in the past 2 days. Alright! I think it's time we go out to... get out of this depressing place. Huh? Where are we going? Food, Nick! Food! Grub! Chow! I'm starved! I'm so hungry! You even look like a nice juicy burger on a bun to me, Nick. You think I look like a burger? I'm prime rib, at least. Come with us, Mr. Edgeworth, please! If you insist. Alright, so how about we hit up our usual burger joint? Don't be silly, Nick. Huh? This case messed up with an awesome evening. Got in the way of my gourmet food. I've decided that we have to make it up. We have to make it up by having another feast. Another feast? Crap, I did probably miss Pearl said earlier. Come on, Dick! Food! You're such a glutton! March 23rd, 7830, hotel lobby. Hey, Gumshoe, pal! Hey, pal, sorry to keep you guys waiting. Gumshoe, are you alright? Yeah, but I'm really embarrassed. I didn't think I would hit a telephone pole out of all things. A telephone pole. Then it wasn't a red light that got him. You did it again, city boy! I felt like my dear old hut was gonna give out on me. I ain't joking. Yeah, it was more exciting than the last episode of Steel Samurai. thing. Now look here, Mr. Snooty Prosecutor. Don't get reckoning Mr. Bullied Mr. Right too hard. If you don't start believing the next to him, you might just kick it. Tonight even. I'll keep that in mind. Well, come on now. Everyone's gathered around. Y'all gonna get your picture taken by a general professional photographer. Looks like Alada's brought herself a new camera. Well, pal, at least we can put this messy case behind us now. Come on, tonight's all about eating. Let's chow down, pal. And amen to that, pal. Amen! You know, if you think about it, you were the one who saved the day, Detective. Huh? Me? You really think so? He's right. If it wasn't for the 3 items you took, I think this trial would have been very different. It would have had a very different ending. Ah, well, you know, it's... Huh? Wait. That's odd. When I ran with the items from the killer's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. What? 4? Yeah, I'm sure I put one of the items in my coat pocket. There was a 4th item. Oh, come on, y'all. It's over. Oh boy, I tell ya, there's something else. Between getting accused of murder and getting kidnapped? Never a dull moment with you, huh? You think? Why does she look like so happy about that? But being shut away for 2 whole days. Weren't you scared? Yeah, it was really scary. I felt so hopeless. So I kept in mind... So, to keep my things off... To keep my mind off of things, I drew a picture. Sounds like y'all had a rough gal. So where's this picture of yours? Yeah! I want to see it! I want to see Mystic Maya's picture. You know, I don't know where it is and where it went. Aw, that's too bad. Well, it's alright. It wasn't anything important anyways. Aww. It's sure it's nice to finally see them both smiling again. What's that, Edgeworth? It's this thing is picking something up. Ah, that's Miss Von Karma's receiver. Thanks to her, I had the most awful experience of my life, sir. I can't believe she stuck a tracking device on me. That's odd. Even though you're standing right here, the tracking device seems to be in a different location. Oh, that's probably busted or something, sir. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm afraid it's about time for me to excuse myself. I still have some work to do. Huh? But Mr. Edgeworth, you haven't eaten anything yet! And you have eaten way too much, you glutton. I have fun tonight. Now if you excuse me. Wait. What? I just wanted to say. Thanks, Edgeworth. You really saved me out there. If anyone should be saying thanks, it should be me, right? I feel like words alone are enough here. I wonder if there's anything I can give him to express how I feel. What's this? Thanks to you. It's all thanks to you two. You and her. You don't need to thank me. I was only doing my job. It looks like Mr. Edgeworth has left Mr. Nick. Hey, Mystic Maya! Yes, Pearly? I guess you two could go back to being lovey-dovey, right? You and Mr. Nick, I mean. Pearly! Would you cut that out? Already? You're embarrassing me! Anyways. So, who's paying for this lovely dinner party? As if you need to ask. Everyone say thank you to Nick. Huh? My wallet was already affected this trial. Yeah. I kind of at the point where I can't even buy instant noodles, pal. So I kind of already put your name on the bill. Why didn't you put Edward's name on the bill? I'm sorry, I love the man to death. I love Edward to death, but why couldn't you put his name on the bill? He has enough to supply himself to pretty much his retirement. Huh? Huh? Yeah, I got me a situation like that myself. That's this camera shopping in this hotel, see? And I just bought myself this good old beauty here. It'd be here anyhow for 3,000. Huh? 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 Actually, I reckon you bought it for me since you're on the terminal. Huh? 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 Isn't it great, Mr. Nick? Yeah, Nick. I hate all of you. Why do I suddenly feel like screaming? Oh, don't you need to hold back now you're here? Yeah, pal. Time to let it all out. This is gonna be the first time I hear the real you. Go on. It's been a while since I heard you say it. I've been so busy being a hostage and all. Alright, then. If you say so. Objection! And with that, that's the end of Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, justice for all. You really came through for me, Nick. I had to hide that letter, but I knew you'd find it. I really felt like I've been living on the edge lately. I mean, I've escaped death 3 times now. Pretty cool, huh? I feel like I'm pro. Yeah, I save your butt every time, Maya. I'm so happy you could save Mr. Maya, Mr. Nick. And I'm so happy for the two of you. Speaking of which, I think this hotel is a popular place for honeymooners. I'm sort of made reservations for the two of you, just in case. Hurley! Hurls, what have you done? So, well, pal, it looks like I'm back on the force again. Yay! Edris has a long talk with the chief, but he got the reason saying. He says things like, letting that one go is so bad for society. I knew it. Crashing along headside into everything is only the way to live, pal. But yay! Gumshoe's gonna be back! Yay! I, Maggie Bragg, am retiring this uniform as today, sir. I'm going to be a waitress from now on. And bring smiles and joys to people who come by the restaurant, sir. I hope you'll stop by sometime, Mr. Wright. Yes. Are you here to visit the patient? I'm Dr. Hardy. Oh ho ho. Recently. Yes. That girl, you know, I haven't seen her around. Yes. But I remember, if I even lay my eyes on her, I'd go, put. I didn't matter if I got whipped, so. Yes. Oh ho. I hated you, Hottie. Hot. Edris, you wouldn't mind, defending me. It's time to begin our quest for the world's circus domination, sweeties. And to let the know world that serious, fabulous flight. Hey, Max! Hey, do you know what the swamp is? I hear there's castle made of cake and bunnies who can talk. I think there's enough talking bunnies. They won't make me laugh at my jokes. I'm ready! There's no way jokes is gonna fall on deaf ears. I'm gonna be more accommodating with my humor. Mr. Curls represents! We got a new act all work together. Prepare for the Hallelujah chorus. Say something, will ya? You're supposed to start this off. Get it with ya! Oh, poor Ben. Who's this? A dart and an electric razor recharging? I can't believe this. Really? How long did they plan on making me do this? Oh, but that's just Pooh's idea. So I mean, it must be deep in the meeting. But why do I get the feeling they wouldn't forget about me, would they? Ah, it never liked this in the old days. Everyone thought their world of me. They used to call me Queen Wendy and oh god, I can't read that fast! I hope I never have to see Old Beg again. Honestly. I appreciate everything you've done, you and Edgeworth, Mr. Edgeworth has done for me. From the better part. Oh, that's right. I received a letter from Miss Von Karma. She said after I get out, I should feel to consult her about anything at all. I really am thankful to have met everyone. So I wonder what Von Karma's going to be doing now. Miss Von Karma's going to be doing. It has become difficult for me to... As such, I will take a short leave of absence. If you would like to request my service, please be sure to visit my homepage. May we both be blessed with this, or something like that. March 23rd, 9:42 p.m. International departures, Gate 12. Where are you going, Francesca? How did you know I was here? What's this? I've heard you were planting things on a certain person. Things like tracking sites in his coats, for example. That's just like you. I only planted there because he was always wearing it. This filthy dry coat of his, I don't know how it ended up in my luggage. But it's going in the trash, I promise you that. Oh, that's right. Speaking of that man, he told me something very interesting. When I ran off with the things from the detective's hideout, I was sure I took 4 things in total, sir. 4 things? It seems that he put the last one in his coat pocket. He put it in here? It doesn't matter anymore. The case is already over. What are you going to do now? That's none of your business. Are you running away? Shut up! You don't understand a thing. You can't possibly understand what it means to be Manfred von Karma's daughter. Francesca. So many expectations from everyone around me. Expectations I must fulfill. I'm expected to win no matter what. And failure? Such a thing is not an option for me. My father was a genius. There's no doubt about that. But me, I'm no genius. I've always known that. But I had to be one. I had to. You may not be a genius like your father, but you're a prosecutor. You have and always will be. No, I'm not. Not anymore. I even throw my whip away. Speaking of that, Wright gave this to hold on to. Right. You knew something like this would happen, didn't you? I'm going to say this again. We prosecutors do not fight for personal honor or pride. I hope you will think deeply about what you should be striking down with that whip. You haven't changed a bit. You've always left me alone to walk ahead without me. Miles Edgeworth, I've always hated you. And then, finally, my chance to take my revenge on you has arrived. If I couldn't win against that man, I couldn't make Phoenix Wright bow down in defeat. then this girl you left behind would have risen higher than you. That was supposed to be my revenge. I see. You know, I can't do it. I can't change who I am. I can't throw away everything I have been until today. I believe you can. Just like how Adrian Andrews did. Adrian Andrews? You're going to use her during the trial, right? But you're dependent on your father by using his tactics. Isn't that right? Today, you chased after me as if I had left you behind all these years. And that's why we're standing here now, side by side. But I have no intention of stopping. If you say you're gonna quit and walk down the prosecutor's path, then this is where we part ways, Francesca von Karma. I'm Francesca von Karma. Don't think I'm going to walk in your shadow forever. Our battle begins now. You had better prepare yourself, Miles Edgeworth. Phoenix Wright. One day, someday, I'm sure we'll meet again in battle. Until then, this last piece of evidence that never made it to you, I will take good care of this fourth piece, so I can give it to you when at last we meet again. Oh, is it the drawing that Maya made? Oh my gosh! That's adorable! That was so adorable. Yo, that's adorable drawing. And with that, hold on, we need the media source back. I don't hear it on my end. Are you guys hearing it? I'm gonna assume you guys are hearing the source, or I could open the game again, but I don't feel like I should. So yes, like I said, that is the end of Phoenix Wright, Justice for All. Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, Justice for All. Whoa, I did not expect that turn of events. My hand was literally shaking at our utter despair. But I never thought that in the end, it was Francesca who would come and save our ass. She beat us down, she whipped us so many times, but in the end, she was what saved us. I'm sorry, I must try to hear this media. I'm very cautious. It feels weird not to be able to hear it. So. I want to try something real quick. Hold on a second. I'm going to mute my mic so that I can hear it on screen. Okay, so you can hear it on stream, but you can't. So that's all I cared about. So this, like I said, this is the end of Justice for All. Next week, we will start Trials and Tribulations. I feel like, to be honest, though, I have no idea where Trials and Tribulations is even going to go. Because I feel like, obviously, there's still a wrap-up, and Francesca getting that card to Phoenix. So I'm also trying to see if there's anybody to raid right now, but it doesn't look like I have anyone. Unfortunate. So we might just have to look for somebody who is playing Justice for All as well, because that sounds like a good time to kind of wrap the stream up. Because holy carp, that was a long battle. But in the end, we may have not gotten the verdict. We may have not gotten the verdict we deserved, we wanted. Like, we're Phoenix, right? We are 8 for 9 of trials at this point. We have gotten our not guilty verdict 8 out of 9 times. But the one time it mattered was the one time we realized what it really means to be a defense attorney. It was so frustrating. The judge didn't even know the half of it. Why we had to fight so hard. No one will truly understand how desperate we were for that victory. And it looks like I'm the only one streaming Justice for All. So let's see if anybody is. Playing the first game. So looks like we got a couple playing the first game. So let's go with this person. It looks like they're in the final chapter for. It looks like they're in the final chapter of the first game. So if he's kind of fitting that we're both on finales. So I am going to wrap it up here for you guys tonight. I hope you guys all enjoyed our Ace Attorney journey of Justice for All, but we're not finished yet. We have 5 more cases to go through because there's 14 trials all together in Phoenix in our Phoenix Wright trilogy. And I know there are more Phoenix Wright games. And I'm not just talking about the Grace Ace Attorney Chronicles, which I do have and I will be playing. But for now, I will send you guys over to our raider. Make sure to use our raid message, because it's a no way it's a nice short rave. So I'll post the raid message. But I will see you guys all later, and I will hopefully you guys get some rest. I'll be back tomorrow for some Visceral cleanup details. I don't know what time that's going to be, but before we go, I forgot. Alexa, tell us an interesting fact. Thank you, Alexa, for the fact about apples. But like I said, I'll be back tomorrow at some time with some Fiesta cleanup details with mods. We'll be back for Gmod on Saturday. Maybe we're starting a mod pack, our new Minecraft mod pack on Sunday. But Wednesday again for either or Kingdom or whatever I'm feeling. And then next week, Thursday, we start Trials and Tribulations. Until then, see you guys then. Hasta la vista, baby!